We are back. Good morning, everyone. Very quickly, it is cloudy. It's 41. It feels like it's about 20 degrees outside, apparently. Isn't that what they're saying? Feels like 20?
Yeah, feels like anywhere from like 20 to 30 degrees. Feels like it's
Perfect.
cold.
Magnificent. My heart has warmed, though. As cold as it is, my heart has warmed. Right in the middle of the night last night, about 2:30 in the morning, I woke up and I said, God, there's something wrong. What is it? I said, I got to start my day with Sven Gulli. And it wasn't teed up yet. And now what happens? But of course, Sven Gulli books and shows up. Sir, how are you?
I'm good. You're talking about it being cold, and all I can think of is think how many people are just going to be thrilled next Tuesday to have to wear a coat over their costume.
Oh, I'm telling you, there's no question about it. I do remember my son. My son just turned 37 yesterday, so this is a few years ago. But 1991, we took the kids out for trick or treating. Andy was 81. He would have been 4 years old. My daughter was 2 years old, so she was being carried by my wife. Sven Gulli, it snowed 3 feet on Halloween 1991. I will never forget it as long as I live.
Oh, man. So instead of, to bring a bag for treats, you need to put the bags on your feet to help keep them warm.
Oh, there's no question about it. No, honest to God. Can I just call you Sven because this is Minnesota?
Sure, definitely.
That kind of worked out. Sven Gulli, ladies and gentlemen, MeTV's icon horror. I'm going to put iconic. I'm going to put an ick on the end of that because it is iconic. Horror movie host. Cause was born March 12th. Very, very nice in Park Ridge, Illinois. MeTV Sven Gulli's Halloween Bonanza Halloween week schedule. You still got a few more days. Well, a little more than a few more days of that. What's going on as far as that's concerned, sir?
Well, about 4 more days of our Halloween fun. I'm always honored that they decide to name this entire month after me.
Yes.
It's great because we get to bring out a lot of the great episodes of different series that all have, some sort of scary element to them. And, on Saturday night, of course, I'll be on. And we've been doing these double features this whole month, and it's been a lot of fun. Last week, we ran the original made-for-TV movie with Darren McGavin of Kolchak.
Oh,
it's
sure.
The Night Stalker. So this week, we're following that up with The Night Strangler, which was the second made-for-TV movie.
Yeah.
And we followed that up with another classic, the famous Karen Black movie Trilogy of Terror.
Sure.
With 3 different stories. And most people remember the last one best because it had this weird little warrior doll that was imbued with the spirit of this killing sort of creature that chases her around her apartment trying to kill her. So people always remember that. And then that whole night, right afterwards, if you like Kolchak, we're going to have a marathon of some of the TV series episodes. So that's going to be Saturday night.
I tell you, honest to God, ballpark, you don't have to tell me the whole deal, but ballpark, how many years you've been doing the Sven Gulli show now?
Well, I actually started playing the character about 43 years ago. And there were times when I was not on the air, but I was still doing the character for media appearances and, public appearances and things like that. So, yeah, next year will be 45 years, which I can't believe.
Well, I've been watching the whole time, Buster, so I gave me something to do for 45 years almost already. What do you think of that?
I appreciate that. That's very cool. That's one of the nice things I hear from people. A lot of people have said to me, I used to watch you when I was a kid, and now I watch you with my kids.
Yep.
And I take that as a big compliment.
Are people, because the world has changed and all the rest of it, like, for instance, Catherine and I, my lovely wife and I, been together for 43 years, married for 39. The other night we watched that new movie, The Nun 2, and what I love about my wife, she literally, and I maybe this, Sven Gulli, that maybe other people can do it, but she gets so scared when she jumps. She doesn't just jump, she kind of rises up out of her chair. I mean, she like floats. How does she do that?
No, that's true, and that's the effect horror movies have on some people, especially some of the more modern ones that are just so loaded with stuff that's going to really freak you out. But it even happens, with the old classics. There are moments that just will get a huge reaction from people. And I always equate it with like a roller coaster ride, because you go into it kind of knowing what you're going to run into. You know it's going to be scary, but you also know that once it's over with, you're fine. You haven't been hurt, and you've just had that exhilarating sort of effect on you.
God, I'm telling you, honestly, God, when I heard this morning, I walked in because I had asked him a couple of days ago we were going to have Svengoolie on, and I know you're always a little busy this time of the year, no doubt about it. But I walk in this morning, see you're going to kick off the show. It made my heart glad. I sincerely do love your show. I've been watching it from day one. It just, I don't know. I has something to do with maybe I grew up Catholic and we believe in ghosts more than other people or something. I don't know what it is, but I love your show. I've always loved your show. The way you handle it. Is it interesting though? And I'm talking to Rich Koz now, the Svengoolie part I'll get back to. But is it kind of nice the fact that when you walk down the street that nobody recognizes you because you're you?
Unfortunately, here in the Chicago area where we're based, that isn't true.
Oh,
because
really?
I've done other TV stuff here and radio stuff, and people know me from that in my secret identity, more or less. So it happens all the time that people do know who I am. And at times, yeah, it gets a little intense, but it's really flattering that it always seems that the show means something to people. You know, yeah, it's silly and it's scary and all that stuff. But when I do appearances, people will come up to me and they will thank me for still doing this and tell me how much it means to them. So, you know, I don't mind it too much when people know who I am.
No, I understand that. And this is very quick aside, but I, for many, many years, starting in the 1970s, I lived in Minneapolis and Chicago and New York at the same time, spent a lot of time in Chicago doing voiceover and all that kind of thing. I love your town. I got to be honest with you. I know it has nothing to do with our conversation, but I think people in Chicago need to know just how lucky they are. What a great town that is.
Yeah, I've lived here all my life. I've been very fortunate to have my whole career right around this area. And it's great. You know, you've got the lake, you've got all the cool stuff, the museums, and a lot of great music venues. It's a great place to live. And right now, I really can't imagine being anywhere else.
We are talking to Svengoolie about MTV's iconic horror. Oh, it is a great show, and I do absolutely love watching the show. Do you remember the very, very first thing you presented? Obviously, it was many, many years ago. Do you remember that very first piece of video?
Yes. This would have been at WFLD in Chicago, and it was an awful movie. What a surprise. Called In the Year 2889. And if I remember correctly, one of the stars was Paul Peterson, who was also on the Donna Reed show.
Sure. Yep.
And it was, you know, one of those post-apocalyptic things where, you know, they're, you know, I guess the equivalent of radioactive zombies wandering around, sort of a precursor to Walking Dead. And yeah, that was the very first movie I ran.
Do you want to hear my impression of Paul Peterson?
Yes, please do.
Ready? My dad, now here is a man. Only you and I know what I was just doing there, Rich.
No, and that was perfect. May I just say that, really? But listen, I have to make sure I get in the pitch for
yes, sir.
The Halloween Bonanza shows coming up this Sunday. We've got a variety of them on, everything from Saved by the Bell to The Love Boat. And then at night, you really got to see one of my favorite Dick Van Dyke's, Uni Oots, where he sees a flying saucer. And we wind Sunday night up with one of the best Alfred Hitchcock hours I ever saw. It freaked me out as a kid, and it still does. It's called The Jar, where, you know, this guy, this sort of farmer, buys this mysterious jar that's got something in it. And all his neighbors end up paying to come and see it every night. And there's some pretty awful stuff that happens. Then Tuesday is Halloween. We got a ton of stuff. We've got an Andy Griffith show that I always love to see. It's called The Haunted House. And one of the reasons I love it is it actually was the basis for one of the movies that we show. That's one of our most requested movies, the Ghost and Mr. Chicken.
Oh, God, I love it.
Yeah, and there's so many other great things on. You can just check our schedule. You can watch Beverly Hillbillies with them going trick-or-treating, but not knowing that they're trick-or-treating because people think they're in a costume. It's a lot of fun stuff. I love all the classic TV we have, and being able to run them with the scary elements to them. It makes for a great time of year.
I will tell you, Svengoolie, Rich Koz, and I'm very serious about this. I've been a fan of yours for decades. I love watching the show. Like I said, to me, horror is just a joy. It's not scary. It's not, there are some scary parts to it, obviously, but I've been watching you forever, and I am so happy you made time for us, because I know you're a busy, busy man. So thank you for making time for us today and being on the show. And you can come on every damn day if you want.
I wish I could, but thank you so much for all the kind words. And again, for still watching, that means a lot to me.
Oh, God, yeah. I love your show, and I always will. All right, sir. If you're ever in town, you got to stop by.
Sounds good. And meanwhile, I'll for all of you through my end of MeTV. You know, I can see you. So make sure you dress up when you're sitting watching TV.
I will absolutely make sure I have pants on, sir. Thank you, sir. Rich Koz, ladies and gentlemen. Svengoolie. I just love that guy.
Yeah.
Just a great attitude.
And especially it's got to be like kind of weird for him, or I shouldn't say weird, but different going from being Rich Koz every day.
Yeah.
And then for, you know, the holiday season, I'm Svengoolie. And now
he's on every weekend as Svengoolie, though.
Every weekend is.
Yeah,
I thought it was just a Halloween bonanza.
No, he does horror movies every week.
Gotcha.
Yeah. What a nice guy. Honest to God, I love that guy.
Like, you see, Sting has been putting on the makeup for years. Yep. Or you have like Gene Simmons, and you know he's doing his devil makeup for Kiss. Like Svengoolie, Rich Koz, he's getting in front of the mirror every weekend, throwing on the Svengoolie attire and going out there and scaring the masses.
So that's one job you really can't be late for, or running late for. Like he's like putting his makeup on in his car as he's driving to the studio.
Well, you have to be in a good mood too. Nobody wants to see like a sad Svengoolie. Like,
oh yeah, you got all your personal.
Here's The Exorcist, I suppose. Like, you know, you got to be in the mood for it.
Well, I thought you said Svengoolie had to go.
He did have to go.
Oh, that's Phil Mackey. I thought it was.
Oh, wow. Wow, dude. Let me finish putting my horror makeup on. Yeah. You know, I am a huge horror movie fan.
Me too.
And this week alone, so I keep a list. So I don't I like to remember all the horror movies that I've watched. Call me a weirdo for that. Call me a sociopath, a psychopath. This week alone, once the weather turns to like fall and the leaves, it gets a little bit more of a chill in the air. That's when horror movie season starts for me. Have you guys ever seen? Well, there's a couple Friday the 13th movies I hadn't seen. I checked those off the list. Have you ever seen the movie The Burning from 1981?
Yep.
Jason Alexander. It's like one of his first ever movies. And oddly enough, it was also the first movie that Harvey Weinstein ever produced. 1980. He's like, I see all these slasher films, you know, hitting it pretty big. What if we put together a $500,000 budget and grabbed a couple random actors? And Jason Alexander was one of the random actors who got killed in this movie.
What a great story that is. Jason. Ooh, kids, a real scary movie with Jason Alexander.
Yeah.
You want to get nuts? Fine, let's get nuts.
Yeah. It's amazing. Like every movie from like 1980 through 1984 was like, it's kids at a camp messing around, jumping in the water, and there's a killer on the loose, right? I don't know. That was a great era for horror movies.
I've always loved it. What is it, Phil, do you think that guys like you and me are attracted? I think part of it for me was being Catholic, because they always talked about spirits and the ghost, the Holy Ghost, and there were ghosts here and go. Maybe that's what it was for me. I don't know. But from the time I was a little boy, I loved horror films.
Now, are you more into like slasher stuff, or you like you like the haunting stuff?
Yes, absolutely. Well, we just Catherine and I watched The Nun 2 the other night. Oh. It went so great, and I was showing everybody, whenever she's scared, I know she's very, very frightened, because she sticks her right leg straight up in the air. I'm like, what the hell? It's like protecting herself with her feet.
You never know. You never know if you need to kick a ghost in the choppers or something. Yeah, I think I'm with you. I mean, I appreciate a good slasher movie, but those are mostly just, there's only so many ways you can show someone like, you know, getting axed in the head or something, you know. But one of the ones that, and these have kind of played out now, but one of the ones that really got me was I went to see, I think it was the second Paranormal Activity movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I went to that old St. Anthony, Maine theater, the brick street down by the river. It's fall. I went to like a 10 o'clock p.m. showing. It was me and like 4 other people in this. It was before they remodeled the theaters. And like they literally, those movies are like 2 hours on a camcorder, right? They're meant to be, you're meant to be like sort of stalking the house. And man, some of those, I love the way that because there's only so many ways to creatively film a horror movie now, right? Like in the 70s, it was all revolutionary. Now it's like, okay, we've done all the different ways you can scare someone.
Is there anyone on the show that does not like horror at all? Because some people can't stand it. Anyone?
I don't not like horror movies, but I definitely don't go out of my way to watch one.
Sugar tit.
Brittany's been pretty quiet here. Yeah.
Okay. So I used to love horror movies. Like Tom, me and Alex have been to a bunch. But I am a little bit more of a baby since having a kid.
Oh, yeah.
And I hate that about me. Like all of a sudden I would go, that person had a mom. Like what?
That's like a family. You're taking them away from their family. Oh my God.
Phil, you said you're an only child, right?
Yeah.
I think you brought that up. So, because I was going to ask this question of the other people on the show, because it's weird in our family. Alex and I love horror, and Catherine and Andy hate it.
Yeah,
that's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I think you're right. Like I don't know. It's hard to draw the lines in terms of why someone's wired to just sit down and want to watch gore and hauntings. My dad loved horror movies. My mom couldn't stand them. My wife doesn't like horror movies. So I don't know. It's weird.
50-50. All your family, my family, it's all 50-50. Half of us love it and the other half hate it.
Half of us are creeps and the other half. There was one that came out last year. Just going through my list here. Some of these, man. Do you guys remember that movie? I don't know if you saw it. It came out in 2022, like the early part of the year. Smile.
Yeah. Yep.
And they had I think it was during the World Series. So which would have been like a year ago then, because I'm pretty sure during the baseball playoffs and World Series, it was some of the best guerrilla marketing you've ever seen. They literally had like paid actors sitting in the first row behind home plate with that creepy smile tilting their heads.
God.
You're like watching the Blue Jays and whoever else, and like all of a sudden, what's happening behind home plate? That's super creepy.
Was that movie good?
I loved it.
Okay.
Yes, it was. I don't remember. I don't want to spoil it, but basically, like people throughout the movie would get sort of like possessed or taken over by some spirit, and then all of a sudden, you'd be talking to Tom, and then Tom would start to sort of like mentally check out, and then he'd have this super weird, creepy smile and tilt his head, and you knew something bad was about to happen, right?
I do that when I'm pissed off anyway. I do this.
Yeah.
A very slow tilt. Let's go around the room. Okay. I'm talking about the visual room here up on the screen.
Yeah.
We'll start with Phil, go all the way around. It'll be actually, you better start with Brittany, then Phil, then Tevin, and then AJ. Do you have a favorite horror film, Brittany?
Oh, okay. Well, probably Pet Sematary was the first movie that like shook me to my core.
Oh, yeah.
That I had like an obsession with.
Oh, yeah.
And I was really young. I watched it at a sleepover, and my mom was like, "What the?" I came home and I was like, "I'm a different person now, so respect me." So yeah, that was probably that one that really got me hooked.
Okay, question 2: what's your favorite line from The Exorcist?
Probably when Tom yells, "Lick me, lick me."
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. Lick me.
So creepy.
It's so creepy.
Have you seen the newest Exorcist that came out?
No.
I have not seen it yet. No.
I've heard not great things.
Really?
Yeah.
Too much lick me.
Not enough lick me.
Not enough, yeah.
Enough lick me.
The exact right amount of lick me is rare.
Okay, Phil, favorite horror film?
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go new school here. I mean, Halloween. I think Halloween's the one that I've watched the most, and I love the way they've adapted it now. They've like we're 30, 40 years later, and we still have Jamie Lee Curtis running around,
sure,
trying to outrun Michael Myers. But have you guys seen the Jordan Peele movie from 2017, Get Out?
Oh my gosh, great film.
That's just a straight up great movie.
Yeah.
Great movie. Yes.
It's a horror movie. It's I don't know. It's a suspense movie. I would say Get Out is at the top of my list.
Get Out, okay. And your favorite line from The Exorcist?
I don't remember specific lines from The Exorcist. I just remember being terrified watching it as a youngster. I almost need to go back and watch it now that I'm a full-grown adult human.
Yeah, but the message you left me this morning, you said your favorite line in The Exorcist was something about your mother does something in hell or something.
Yeah. That's right. I did text you that. I know.
Yes, I texted it this morning.
I blacked out there.
I have no idea.
You don't want to know what we're talking about, Devin. I'll tell you.
No, it's not safer. My mom did tell me, I think The Exorcist was like the last horror movie she ever watched. She said she slept with the lights on for 3 weeks after watching that movie in a theater.
Oh my God. Unfortunate. Okay, Tevin, we get to you now.
My favorite horror film, probably 2010 Vikings NFC Championship.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
No, I don't know. I'm not a huge horror film guy. I would say Jordan Peele as well, but not Get Out. The Us one. Yep, that's my favorite.
I have a question for you in that one.
Us is
very quickly. You like Us?
I like Get Out better, but Us is terrifying too. Yeah.
I have a question for you. Somebody knocks at your door, you open the door, it's you knocking. Wouldn't you kind of kick her into high gear?
See, I think that's why in Black culture horror films don't really go over well. Because the second there's a sign of danger, I am out.
Yeah,
you don't have to play the rest of the movie because it's just going to be the ghost sitting in the house by himself while I'm currently setting up shop 3 states away.
Okay, very quickly. You have not lived until you sat in a theater for a horror film with a mostly Black audience.
Oh, absolutely.
It is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Don't go in there, girl.
Yeah. If you're gonna go to if you go to a horror film and you walk in the theater and it's all Black people,
it's phenomenal.
Be prepared to I hope you don't want to actually sit and watch the film because you're gonna be more entertained by the people around you because we narrate everything. It's just get out of there. I don't understand. White people.
I love it, dude.
Who was the young Black woman comedian that came in and was talking about what was it, Gollum? That dropped the ring into the cavern. It was Gollum, right? I won't use all the words she said, but she says, Tommy, let me ask you a question. You see that movie? What's the name of the movie again?
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, there you go. Lord of the Rings. So I'm sitting in a theater. So I know you used to go to that theater when you lived in New York. I said, oh, yeah, I love that theater. She goes, I'm sitting there, and this Gollum thing, whatever he is, drops a ring into a cavern. And I did yell it out. I shouldn't have yelled it out. I yelled out, Big N, do your job.
Do your job.
Was the comedian Miss Pat?
No, it wasn't Miss Pat.
Because I went to a movie with Miss Pat before.
Oh, God.
She will narrate the whole entire film and get everybody in there laughing.
I love it.
I love it. Horror because it's okay. Favorite line from The Exorcist.
I'll just tag along with Brittany and say, lick me.
Lick me. We now get to AJ, ladies and gentlemen, to wrap it up.
I've got like a tie. Like the full-on actual horror is probably Saw. I love the plot twist. Like when that 5 minutes of the guitar riff and like the plot unfolding is perfect in my mind. But I think it's not like fully scary the entire time. Cabin in the Woods.
Oh, we just
it's good.
Yeah, we just rewatched that with my niece because we wanted to watch something scary but not like keep you up at night scary. Exactly. It was so good.
Cabin in the Woods, is that the one with where like all the animals and like demons and stuff are underneath it, right? Okay.
Spoiler for
yeah.
Spoiler alert. Okay.
Well, I haven't seen it, so that's great news for me, right?
Saw's great too because now there's like 11 Saw movies, and the first one was this like 2-hour intricate plot, and now it's like they're like porn movies now. They just like get right to like, oh, someone's arm is getting cut off right away.
Well, my favorite part about those is sitting there like, do I fare a chance in this one? Probably not. Like, could I rip like 2 fingers off and then sacrifice whatever? Could I withstand? Probably not. I'm dead.
You're just dead.
Yeah, no. But then there's some traps where it's just like, nobody's surviving that. You're
Would I cut my foot off for this? I don't know.
There was
a ball. Man, this is fun. I love this.
Well, I more love the because it was a spoof of Saw where they had Shaq like chained to like something.
It was like Scary Movie 4.
Yeah, it was like cut your ankle off or make a free throw, and he grabs the saw.
You know, that's great. And that Shaq's kind of guy that would do that.
Yeah,
I love that about him. And your favorite line from The Exorcist, AJ?
Don't hate me here. I've never seen The Exorcist.
Sugar tit.
I've never seen it.
Because you're afraid.
I've seen like the scariest movies of all time.
Well, The Exorcist is the OG. It's the George Washington on the Mount Rushmore of the scariest movies of all time.
That's right here. I just saw a list of like the new scariest. Insidious is like at the top.
Yeah, Insidious is scary.
And then Hereditary is at the top.
Hereditary scared me so much.
That is a good movie. When they're on the ceiling.
It's great, man.
Great shot,
man.
And to AJ's defense, even if like I saw The Exorcist, it was so scary that I didn't even realize there were words or dialogue throughout the movie. Like I was just hiding under a blanket.
I do have a brief hot take about Phil's Halloween. Michael Myers is the most overrated killer of all time.
No question.
Wow.
Because his whole thing is just coincidental timing.
Yeah.
If people look to the left a little more often, or like, maybe we don't just sprint in the woods, or maybe we just lock the back door, or a little more aware of our surroundings. He's caught in like the first or second movie. I understand he's strong and stuff, but just how easily he moves around out of sight, like it's ridiculous. The guy's like an NBA star. He's almost 7 feet. He's super strong.
Longevity though, man. The guy's built a 40-year career of stalking people and killing. I think you have to respect the longevity of he's like Omar Vizquel. Just a great shortstop for like 20 years.
What if Skip Bayless and just demand that he's overrated?
Phil, what if he just took that lucky energy and put it towards like the lottery?
I mean, that's a good, if you were to reimagine 40 years of Michael Myers pouring the energy into any number of things.
Yeah, he's
accounting.
He's obviously like he'd be climbing that corporate ladder so quick. He's so lucky and always in the right place. He'd be great in radio. I mean, he would have excelled.
Yeah, he doesn't speak much, so he'd have to figure. I think he also he uses a lot of different weapons. That's the one thing too. Like as I'm going through some of these. Like the Burning Lab, the main weapon from the guy in The Burning was a hedge clippers.
Right.
That's when you can get a unique weapon in play. And there's a lot of things you can do with a hedge clippers when you're at summer camp.
Yeah. And Phil, I hate to change the subject here, but I saw a tweet from Darren Wolf, because you had Darren Wolfson on.
Yep.
Right. And he was saying that the cornerback position is a position to watch for the Minnesota Vikings. So are we getting like a Patrick Surtain II coming here, or do you have any insight?
I think the Vikings. This is funny. Like the Vikings a week ago, because the trade deadline's on Tuesday next week, and before the Vikings beat the 49ers, it was they're probably going to trade like 5 different. They're just going to sell players, right? Danielle Hunter, and now there's a legit conversation. If they beat the Packers, they could go and like trade for a cornerback or trade for a running back or something. So I don't think they're going to make a big move, but it is kind of fun to speculate here, but they got to beat them. You can't follow up a win against the Niners and then lose to this garbage Packers team.
Yeah,
follow it up.
Garbage Packers.
I have Packer fans. Unless you're 40 years old or older, you don't remember what life was like without a Hall of Fame quarterback. And now Packer fans are like, "What do we do? We don't have Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers. Like they have no concept of quarterback reality here. Look around your division, lads. This is what life is like. We don't know who the quarterback's going to be every year."
All right, that's going to do it, and I'll close with mine. It's the same thing, actually. My favorite horror film would be The Exorcist, but not just The Exorcist. It's Richard Pryor's version of The Exorcist, which is totally different. My favorite line from that movie, as said by Richard Pryor, father comes up the stairs, walks in the room, girl's flopping around in the bed, vomiting all over the place. Favorite line is still, "Bitch, what's wrong with you?"
What is happening in here? Yeah.
What are you doing? I just loved Richard Pryor.
Oh, man. Legend.
All right, sir. We will talk to you on Monday.
All right. See you guys.
Thanks a lot. Take a break here, ladies and gentlemen. Cloudy and boo, really? Cloudy and 40. There's going to be a lot of booing today, and not just at the quality of the show, but, In any case, cloudy and 41 right now. We'll take a break, be right back. Of course, Chris Eggert will join us right after this. You all have helped support MyPillow and their employees in these tough economic times, and we really do appreciate that. Mike is a good friend of mine. I mean, not as good as Dawn, but you know. Mike Lindell knows this and continues to give back to listeners with deals on his most popular products. You've heard me recently speak about the My Slippers, the Giza Sheets, MyPillow 2.0, and more. Great news, the MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets are back in stock. The proprietary technology makes them extremely absorbent, yet still provides that soft feel you look for in a towel. The set comes with 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths. Regular price is $79.98. For a limited time, you can get this 6-pack towel set for only $39.99 with promo code TOM. That is a 50% savings. So go to MyPillow.com, use promo code TOM, save 50% on the MyPillow 6-pack towel sets. That is just $39.99 for a set. This deal will not last long. Enter promo code TOM for this special and many more.
This is the Tom Bernard Morning Show. Listen live at TomBernardShow.com or on the Tom Bernard Show app.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings, or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
Guys, if you want to reignite your intimacy once and for all, I just did my Svengoolie voice. What do you think?
Pretty spot on.
Guys, if you want to reignite your intimacy once and for all, listen, just give Twin Cities Premier Health a call for a discreet and confidential in-office evaluation by their highly trained staff, and I know them all, so I'm not making that part up. Acoustic wave therapy sessions are 25 to 30-minute treatments with no pain, no downtime afterward. And right now, Twin Cities Premier Health is offering a free treatment and a free consultation when you book today. Receive this $800 offer when you use code word TOM at TwinCitiesPremierHealth.com. You may know that age-related erectile dysfunction is most commonly caused by a buildup of plaque in the arteries. Supply blood to the erectile tissue, of course. Acoustic wave therapy can rescue your relationship and has been clinically proven to break up plaque and improve blood flow to the penis. Definitely take advantage of this limited time special offer. Receive a free treatment and a free consultation when you book today. This is a savings of $800 when you use code word TOM at TwinCitiesPremierHealth.com. Be sure to use code TOM so we get credit for sending you. I wouldn't recommend a service like this unless I knew that they could help you. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much again to Svengoolie for coming on the show this morning. I love that guy. Magnificent. But another great shot coming up at 9:20 this morning. Another legendary horror film star, horror actor Michael Berryman will join us live on the air at 9:20. I love that guy. I've had him on several times. Just a great guy. Real scary kids. Kids.
He brings it.
He does bring it. There's no question, ladies and gentlemen. Almost as scary as Chris Eggert. News brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. You were singing along to that song this morning, and then when they said, hey, good job, and you turned and said, that wasn't me. You lied.
No, it wasn't. It was Barlow.
It was you.
No, it was not. I don't.
No,
Tom, I'm all about business when I'm out on that news desk. There's nothing fun happening out there.
If there's one thing that screams Chris Eggert, it is business and business only.
Yeah,
I am, Kevin. I am actually about business when I'm out there.
I feel like I'm missing something. When were you singing?
One of the I don't remember. What was it, Tom?
I don't even remember. It was about 6:45 this morning on Channel 5.
Yeah, and Barlow started singing something.
He did. No, it was you. It wasn't Barlow. But, you know.
Sure.
They said right on TV it was you.
Was he good?
He said that. He was just trying to. That's what you call a red herring.
Oh, okay. That's what it was. What were you saying, Brittany?
Was he good?
No.
Oh.
No.
So let's move on with that.
Absolutely
okay,
not.
Chris, before we start.
It's Hannah's birthday tomorrow, by the way. Okay.
Happy birthday, Hannah.
It's Hannah's birthday tomorrow?
Yes.
You know what? I'm going to give her a gift. You know what my gift's going to be? I'm going to send her an email today that says, make sure your mic is on when you start talking.
Oh, snap.
I was watching this morning. She was like,
oh.
Well,
word, sister.
I'm not sure if that was her fault or I think
yeah.
I told you we have robots that are running everything now. So it could have been the robots.
Could have been the robots running it all, huh? That's what you're saying?
It's hard to say.
Okay, whatever. So what else is in the news? That we got Halloween coming up, which is a very, very big deal in the Bernard Brandt household, because I grew up Catholic. If you grew up Catholic and don't like Halloween, you're mentally ill.
Will you guys do stuff with the grandkids this weekend, or will it be primarily for Halloween?
We're going to a Halloween dinner on Sunday night over at Midland Hills. It's going to be wonderful.
Okay.
And then Tuesday, we're going to go to their house because Ethan's not quite old enough to go trick-or-treating yet. He's not even 2 yet. So, I mean, they'll probably take them to about 3-4 houses just so he can take part of their neighborhood. But so we're all getting together, combination Halloween, Andy's birthday party on Sunday night.
That's fun.
Indeed. I cannot believe I have a son that's 37 years old.
Yeah, I saw he had a birthday yesterday. I on the social media. So
he did indeed. I love that boy. I don't know if you know that or not.
I would hope you do. I would guess most dads do love their children, although sometimes they can be challenging.
You ever met my dad?
Well,
he said most. He said most.
He said most. Mine loved the bottle more than he loved me too. But you know what? Rest in peace.
Touchdown.
Rest in peace.
Rest in pieces.
Brittany, what are you doing with Go-Go? What's she going in?
She is going as a golden retriever because she's obsessed with our golden retriever. And I think I'm going to go early and give all the neighbors bananas to hand out to her because that's her favorite thing right now is bananas. So she wouldn't really know what candy is. So I think that's what we're going to do. We'll just do like the cul-de-sac.
No,
she's only... Yeah,
it's a rite of passage. I can remember when our first was like that old and he had a little dinosaur costume on. And I don't know that the kid had ever had candy and certainly never had it in that quantity.
Yeah.
At the end of the night, freaking chocolate mess, goo, everything running down the face.
Yeah, because she's only 1.5. So like she's still confused. Like, she's just happy to be outside. You know what I mean? Like she's still got the if the neighbor's holding her, she's pumped. So we got a low bar. I kind of like it still.
That's fine.
I think it's magnificent. That's all I have to say. I really do. Do you think by any chance we're going to have decent weather on Tuesday, or is it going to be very, very cold?
It's not going to rain. So
that's good.
No,
good to hear that.
It'll be cold.
38, I think I saw on Channel 5.
Yeah, and that's like the high for the day. So that's like 3 in the afternoon.
Oh, God.
So, always keep that in mind. That's when the sun is at its height. So by the time the sun goes down, it'll be very cold. But it won't be, it won't be wet, which, I mean, there's that.
But you're saying it's not going to snow? Because I was seeing some people reporting we're going to get like 5 inches of snow potentially.
No,
okay.
Absolutely not. I don't know who's reporting that. Not here.
Thank you.
Well, it's in North Dakota. I know North Dakota got 5-6 inches.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to snow a little bit tomorrow, Tevin, like snow showers during the day, like probably during the Gophers game. They play in the afternoon, I think, right? Tomorrow?
I believe so.
I'm almost positive. But not like accumulating snow. So
perfect.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I just, honest to God, it's my favorite time of the year. Not the weather part, believe me. My favorite time of the year. Weather part is summer. But I mean, you go through in our family, you go through Andy's birthday, then you go to Halloween, then you go to Ethan's birthday, which used to be my birthday, but he took it away from me. Then you got Thanksgiving, and then you got Christmas. Then you got, what a great couple of month period this is. I love it.
Yeah, I do agree. I like this time of year too. Although Halloween has kind of lost its luster since my kids are grown now. It's like it is. It's a bummer, man. It's just like, oh, the kids aren't. And then, because, for the last freaking 18 years, it's been like whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
So it's kind of sad. And then I'm like, Halloween comes around. It's on a weeknight. I'm like, I'm going to bed, 7 o'clock. I'm like, good night.
Can I ask you like a question that maybe comes off as tacky?
I love tacky questions.
And Brittany might know where I'm going with this just based off the laugh. But how hard is it every year for Halloween to not like be like a pirate or do like the like a leg thing out front to scare kids? Like how hard is it to not do any of that?
Not tacky at all. It's a great question, AJ. Fun fact, I have never dressed up like a pirate since I've lost my leg.
Why not?
I will say this. I've given it thought. I have given it thought many times.
It's too low-hanging fruit, right?
No, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with low-hanging fruit. In fact, I at one point in my head developed a business plan where I would just become a full-time pirate.
Oh,
like doing birthday parties and bar mitzvahs and bachelor parties. Like the pirate shows up. I thought it'd be freaking great. Like I grow a beard. I'm like I'm like full on in on the pirate thing. Forget the news anchor job. Like I'm just pirate. But I haven't further developed it beyond that.
Yeah, no. If the news anchor thing does like ever fall apart, which I don't think it will anytime soon, you can definitely like a magician's assistant where they like saw your leg off type of thing. Yeah, there's a lot of options out there for you.
Yeah. So I haven't done it.
Okay, you mentioned that you wanted to be a pirate.
Yeah.
So your name would be Captain Hookfoot.
Captain Hook.
I think Peg Leg is the desired.
No, Captain Hook.
It'd be like Peg Leg Pete or something.
Peg Leg Pete. Okay. Yeah, that's much better. You're absolutely right. That's much better. God. Is there anything we should probably approach maybe trying to do a little news? Is there anything in the news that's even, I don't want to hear any more about this sumbitch out in Maine, that psychopath, how they ever allowed him out of the nut house. I will never understand.
Yeah, and they're having a hard time finding him from what we know because he's like in his home. He's in his home area, and I guess his family's got a bunch of land and stuff out there. And so they're like speculating, like the guy grew up there. He will know where to hide if he wants to.
Sure.
But I also read he left a suicide note, so maybe they'll find him dead somewhere.
Bottom of the lake, probably. Because he did take his boat, didn't he?
It's at one point, yes, they did. I think that's where they found the car. Ditched by the boat. And then the sitch in Israel and Gaza is not getting any better. And now the U.S. is hurling bombs over to Syria. So that's to me, that's the most frightening thing that happened in the last 24 hours is that they attacked some U.S. troops and now we've retaliated, and it's tied to the Iran Revolutionary Guard. And then this is where you start getting into a not good situation when when it starts with what it does and then it evolves to United States and Iran getting into something which nobody wants. So
we don't need World War III. We don't.
No
doubt about it.
We don't. What I thought I brought something out here that was like something that didn't make you want to go back to bed. Well, Dean Phillips is gonna. Let me ask you guys this.
Mm-hmm.
Dean Phillips going to announce the presidential run today. Questions about what his motivations are. Is he trying to pull other people into the race? Because he's been very upfront with it. He doesn't think that Joe Biden's the guy, and he thinks it's time for a new generation. I'm going to say this, and this is my own bias on this particular story. Why would you give up a vodka empire to run for office?
Right.
Well, he's not giving it up.
But
empire?
Your job before.
Yeah.
Oh, is that him?
Yeah, It's the worst vodka ever, but it's like in every bar because
it's beloved Minnesota Rail vodka. Like so. Maybe not beloved. Maybe
no. Okay, let's calm down. Tito's, I would say, was probably beloved in Minnesota. But
that was the freshman year special at St. Cloud. You get that. You put it in like the Welch's sparkling grape.
Yep.
I mean the
Welch's sparkling grape.
Oh no, dude, you gotta try it.
Yeah. Dang a lang, AJ.
Walmart's on sale. You knock it back. It's like nothing.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is, this were me, and I were the heir of the vodka empire, and I had. My job was to represent the vodka empire.
Never see you
go
again.
to freaking Congress, and or even worse, run for president.
Yes, probably. Does he have to take a pay cut to run for president? Yeah, like because I'm sure that vodka money.
Sure, then even Congress, if you're getting any kinds of kickbacks, which I'm sure they all are.
No,
I'm not alleging anything against Congressman Phillips. I'm just saying. It's definitely a pay cut, right? Like no matter what.
Well, let me put it this way. I want you to tune back in at the end of the family podcast. Well, I'll finish doing this. I'm doing Dean Phillips' wealth in millions. Okay, you ready?
Dang-a-lang.
It's going for 4 hours. All right. Billions of dollars.
No kidding.
Oh, yeah. Well, Dean came in and did the family podcast and asked me for my endorsement when he ran for
I remember that.
The first office. And I don't know if he's going to come in. I assume he'll come in studio and do something with us. But Dean's a very pleasant guy. But, you know, I do believe this is true. And I don't mean this in any negative way. It's just that the luck of the draw. I believe Dean was adopted.
Oh, no kidding. I didn't know that.
I was adopted by billionaires.
That's kind of
touchdown. That's pretty good, don't you think?
Are they still taking applications?
Right.
I know. I wonder if they'd adopt a 50-year-old with one leg who wants to be a pirate.
Oh, I thought of 2 pirate names for you, Chris, before you go.
2 pirate names.
This one's just kind of like silly but cute. Lego Lost.
Oh, I like it.
It's not bad.
And this one I feel like is the winner, which is Pirate Argert.
And also one of our listeners.
This is gold.
One of our listeners chimed in. Shout out Howard.
Yes.
He goes, tell Chris his costume can be the lamp from A Christmas Story.
You are the
that would be good. I have
love it.
That's amazing.
That'd be so. I have fishnets. I have fishnets for you for that one.
Oh, I've got plenty of them.
Okay.
Hey now.
You got little things for your titties too that twirl around.
Jesus.
God, that's a disturbing thought.
I'm just asking a question.
We don't need to dance.
Gross.
Whitney's dancing in the back. She's giving it the What a classy show this is.
Thank you.
All right, Chris, we will talk to you on Monday, sir.
Okay, enjoy your birthday parties this week or Sunday.
Yeah, we will get it done. Thanks very much, Chris. Ladies and gentlemen. News brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. We have to take a break. Be right back. God, what kind of day is it when you go from Sven Gooley to Chris Eggert, Captain Hookfoot, to an Italian?
Yeah, and then
it's not fair.
He's sandwiched in between, Michael Behrman as well. Like,
okay, let me throw one thing at you. What did I have to do this week every year for about the past 50 years because of my raspy voice? Every year this week, I've had to go.
A radio show?
Happy Halloween. Every year I had to do that because he put it on the end of all these commercials.
Oh, yeah.
What? Do I sound ghoulish?
Yeah.
Happy Halloween.
Yeah, you're frightening. Whoa, AJ. Shots fired.
Boy, did I tell you I have to leave early today? Did I mention that to you guys?
This is AJ's last day on the show.
I'm going to show up with a black eye on Monday.
Right, his key doesn't work to get in.
Is that knife still in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me
pull that one out.
We got to take a break. Be right back because Sandy will join us right after this. K&L Surplus. I love these people. Hell of a good owner. K&L Surplus and Ammo is your one-stop shop for all firearms-related products and is a preferred choice among trap enthusiasts and waterfowl hunters for over 25 years. K&L is an authorized SKB shotgun dealer with a huge selection of youth models and has a huge selection of trap loads. Fall hunting is here. Head to K&L Surplus, stock up on waterfowl loads. K&L now has a lot of the calibers that have been hard to find in stock. It's because he's so good at his job. That's why. K&L Surplus and Ammo is veteran-owned and offers first responder and veteran discounts. Check this out. Mention this show and receive a 10% off anything in the store. That's anything in the store, 10% off. K&L is also committed to safety and a licensed FFL retailer. Find out for yourself why K&L Surplus and Ammo has been the choice of gun owners for over 25 years. All you have to do is go to www.klgunstore.com.
This is the Tom Bernard Morning Show.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender. What do you think of that timing? Huh?
Boom.
Kids, a real scary movie. What do you think?
Very spooky.
Thank you. I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friend, Sabre Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, to the show. I've known Steve, the owner, for many, many years. He's a very good friend of mine, and I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable because they always do. Why? Sabre does everything the right way, and they always put the customer first, which I love. I love the team at Sabre, as a matter of fact, because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians. They're not salespeople. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed, nothing more. Sabre is dedicated to giving customers what they need, when they need it, and at the fair price. Keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank. Give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of me and my family. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced or just simply need a service call to get you going again, go to saberheating.com. That's SABRE heating.com. Sabre and Bryant, whatever it takes. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Sansevier, Sports, brought to you by Bialke Law Firm. Hurt at work, Dave Bialke goes to work for you, taking care of your workers' comp injury claims and denials. Go to BIALKElaw.com. Tell them Bob and Tom sent you. Sandy, it's Halloween, Buster.
Woohoo. You a big Halloween guy? Were you a big, as a kid, were you big with going out and trick-or-treating? Yeah, I'd like the two of my kids. We don't have any kids of that age anymore, but you have grandchildren, so you're going to go with them?
Yes, sir. Get out there with them. And I'll tell the story very quickly, Bob. Turned 11 years old, right? But, I was about to turn 12 about 1 week after Halloween. My birthday's on the 7th, November. I'm about to turn 12. My voice dropped and I grew to over 6 feet tall. All I heard that whole way is, get the hell out of here. Because I go, trick or treat. And they go, get the hell out of here. Let the kid. I thought I was like somebody's dad or something, I guess.
I see that.
It was a tough Halloween. That's all I'm saying. Tough Halloween, Sandy.
Well, it's good. Now, how about you, Brittany? You taking Go-Go out?
Yeah, I mean, she's only 1.5, so we have a cute little golden retriever outfit for her, and we'll just do the cul-de-sac. Nothing too exciting, especially if it's going to be really cold. But she does love going in other people's yards and houses, so I think she'll get a big kick out of that.
Well, my most memorable Halloween was my daughter Sam was about 10. Britney Spears was huge. That was the first, big, huge Britney Spears thing. Sure. She had on the midriff with a little headphone, and it had to be single digits with a blustery wind.
Yeah.
She lasted about 6 houses.
That was it.
That was it. It was. But you know what? I bitched about him at the time, but I kind of miss him. You know what I mean? Now going out with the kids, because even my daughter Sienna's 14. And she's too old now to go trick-or-treating at 14. So.
Bob, I was going through some stuff yesterday on the internet.
Yeah.
And a commercial popped up for a weight loss company.
Yeah.
Your daughter is at a weight loss company.
I've
got an ounce to lose, and I might be able to do it by noon. What the hell is that?
Unless she's put on some pounds since the last time I've seen her.
No, she hasn't. I mean, she's, she did say she lost some weight and she looks great, but she looked great before. So
I love that girl. She's a lot like her mother, thank God.
Yeah. Yeah.
He just goes, yeah. So, Sandy, what's up, Pally?
Well, before we get into sports, I was curious. I heard you talking about Dean Phillips. His dad died in Vietnam, and his mom married Eddie Phillips, and then they, they wound up. He was adopted by Eddie Phillips.
Why did my dad die in Vietnam, and therefore? No, I shouldn't say that. Just kidding, kids. And other people. Anyway, so yeah, he was. I assume Dean will probably come in the next couple of months. So this is all going on because he came in before his last race. Nice guy, very pleasant guy.
Well, that's what I was, because I know people who know him very well and they like him. And I'll tell you what, I don't know him, but I like the fact he's willing to give up all of his spots in the different committees, because he seems to be a believer in what he says. That's all I want in a politician, an honest politician. It's why actually I voted for Wellstone twice. I actually thought I didn't agree with his positions, but I believe he believed in what he was saying.
You voted for him because he didn't like me. That's why you voted for him.
No, it had nothing to do with that. I was so conflicted.
I was so conflicted.
Yeah. Anyway, hey, I got to ask, AJ's our big, the state of hockey's in a bad state right now, my friend.
Boy, last night was brutal.
Well, not just last night.
I didn't even see it.
6-2 in Philly. They lose. 4 games in a row. They've given 4 more goals, 31 goals in 7 games. Do they have a goaltender? Well, they got a guy who's going in the Hall of Fame, one of them.
They got 2 goalies on the roster. Yeah. The question is whether or not they want to actually tend to the goal, Bob. Philip Gustafson, he had the 1 shutout, but every other time that he's allowed goals, he's allowed 5 or more. So he's been on some pretty bad way for him after that opening night shutout. And then Marc-Andre Fleury, I mean, like I said, I don't know if them trotting him out against the Kings was the best idea. You're gonna have to put him out there against the teams that are, the Coyotes or even the Blackhawks, who are still, they're rebuilding. They got some talent, but it's not like a top tier team.
They can put you out there and you'll give up 6 goals. I mean, it doesn't matter who's out there.
Yeah. Get me on the payroll, Billy G.
They can have a 50-50 raffle before the game to see who wants to play goalie and have the same results.
Trevor from Section 221.
Come on down.
Yeah.
It's the way to go. And your Vikings, they're at the Packers. It's this is now the start of a 6-game stretch that they, at the worst, they should go 4-2.
Sure.
Because they got the Packers, and Atlanta is playing pretty good, and the Saints, you don't know what you're going to get out of them. However, they got the Raiders and the Broncos and the Bears in that stretch. Those are 3 of the worst. The only other team that you'd say the 4 worst teams, you add Carolina, and there's your 4 worst teams in football. So they should be able to make a move of some sort.
Yeah. If we can't come out, well, we should for sure be above 500, but if we can play well and look the part in winning all these games, because we can still play bad and win half of these games. But if we can, continue to look like we did against the San Francisco 49ers, I think it'll just continue to add to the hope. And who knows, maybe we can mess around and make the playoffs.
Well, I mean, again, coming off the Niner game, people are excited. But the thing you can count on with the Vikings is you cannot count on them to do what you think they're going to do.
True. I'll give you an example of that, Bob.
Historic, yeah.
Honest to God, I think it was God that reached out and said, Tom, I want you to go on the air and criticize the Vikings, say they have no chance of beating San Francisco. And then the next game, I want to say, well, they'll beat Green Bay easily, and then they'll get their ass kicked.
This is what they do. They've done it. I've only been around since 84. I mean, they have done this since I started covering the team back in 84. Now, in the 70s, it was different because they did beat teams until they got to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
But it's just it's got to be rough to be a Vikings fan. No question.
It has been my whole life, Bob. It's been rough to be a Vikings fan. You're 100% right about that. I love the team. I almost said the F-bomb there. That was close. Which you can do on podcasting, but we just don't do it on the show because, infants like Brittany will listen.
Yeah.
You're a youth.
It's just effing wrong.
It's the nicest thing you've said to me about me ever in the history of ever.
So she's just quiet, soaking in the praise.
I know. I was literally like, thank you. I am so young.
Okay. See, good. Okay, so they should beat the Packers, but it doesn't mean they will beat the Packers.
Exactly.
Oh, why me in Minnesota Vikings territory? Why?
Well, you know, were you were a kid in their last Super Bowl, right? You were a teenager or you were young, certainly.
77?
Yeah.
1977. I was like 24 years old.
Oh, okay. So you watched the game.
Yes, I did.
Did you and every Minnesotan say, why the hell aren't they giving the ball to Chuck Foreman? What are they doing near the goal line?
Did I bring that up on yesterday's show?
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Brent McClanahan.
I got nothing wrong. Brent was a great guy. Why don't you give the ball? Because you're going over the top, which is what Foreman did so well, and better than anybody else in the league.
40-plus vertical.
Yeah.
And I bet if you asked Brent McClanahan when they called the play, he was like, shouldn't we be putting Chuck in the game for this?
Well, Chuck was in the game. He just didn't get the ball.
Ball.
He would have gone over the top. The guy was a state champion hurdler. He would have hurdled the crowd, the lines.
They would have scored that touchdown. There is no question.
Would have been different, completely different tones of the game.
Bob, and I don't mean to besmirch the dead. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But Bud did have that side to him where I'm in charge here.
Mm-hmm.
He was like that.
Here, and Chuck's not the only one who's talked about this. A number of the players from that team have said they'd get into the Super Bowl, at least the last three, and change what got them there.
Yeah, that's
because
exactly
they wanted to change the offense, and they think, oh, let's outsmart them.
Yep.
Just do what you do.
Yeah, and it's common with a lot of coaches because there's the 2 weeks leading up to the game. So all you do is sit there and tinker and manipulate your game plan. And you're like, well, if they think I'm going to do this, well, I should do this. But then if they know that I'm thinking of changing it because they know that I know that they know, and it's just a whole mess.
Well, they know Chuck's going to dive over the top. So let me give it to Brett McClanahan. He'll fumble, but that's okay. They won't be expecting that.
Ruined the game. That one. And again, I'm not blaming Brent McClanahan. It wasn't his fault. No. He did fumble. Yes, that was his fault. But that was a horrible call by Bud Grant.
Well, I mean, and I've talked about it for years. My favorite coach all time, pro division, because John Gallardi was college division, but pro division was Jerry Burns. But he's the one who made the call, and Burns and Bud let it go.
I just love when Burns used to do his press conferences and drop the F-bomb about once a line.
His best one was when they just come out of the game with the Rams. This is the one with Schnelker. Put it in, pitch up there, and Effers, boom. Effers. He
went, Effers. I remember he whispered it.
There was a point in there where I said to him, because I was covering the team, you won this game, didn't you? Yeah, I think we did. So it's a game they won, and he was ranting.
You're like, we got to bring reality back in.
Yeah, that was one of the best. The best one, though, was no one has it on tape. It doesn't exist because it was in this little room off to the corner after they backed into the playoffs in '87. They lost on a Saturday, and then the Cardinals, then the St. Louis Cardinals, the original Cardinals, lost on Sunday, which allowed them to get in. And when I asked Burnsy, so what do you think of your team? You backed into the playoffs. We didn't back into the playoffs. This is when he went off on the killer instinct thing.
Oh, killer instinct.
But anyway, from there it came. But I asked him, well, does your team lack killer instinct? That's when he went with the killer instinct, killer. Whoever started this killer instinct? I said, I think it was Charles Manson. Yeah, Manson. No idea who Charles Manson was.
Great time, Bob. That's good.
He was so much fun to cover, and he had buttons. If I ever needed a slow day, I'd bring up Killer Instinct. I'd bring up quarterback controversy, or later on, I'd bring up Herschel Walker. Those three things he would go off on.
Magnificent. One thing that the people don't know about Jerry Burns, and the only reason I knew about it because his kids were big fans of the KQ morning show back in the day. His daughters were stunningly beautiful. I mean, they get it from
his
mom?
His wife was very. Marlis was a great person, and she was an attractive woman.
And I'm not saying that Jerry was homely or anything, but I mean, these women were stunning.
Jerry Burns at the age of 20 looked the same as he did at the age of 90. He was craggy from the beginning. Probably came out looking that way.
Came into this world craggy.
I even said that to him when he was like pushing 90. He was at a Vikings game, and I said, other than a little gray hair, you look no different than when I met you in '84. Yeah, boy. You know, he was another one. Like
Yeah,
that.
boy. Oh God, I love
he was
it.
the best. He was absolutely the best to cover.
That's all true. Okay, Bob, we haven't brought this up yet, but tonight is the first game of the World Series. What do you got?
Are you excited about it?
No,
I can't get excited about Arizona and Texas.
Nope. I agree with you.
I honestly, I mean, I don't. You know what I'm going to do tonight? And if you haven't already, you have Peacock, right? I'm sure you do.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Tom, have you watched The Continental?
No. What's that?
It is the prequel to the John Wick series. Set in the 1970s.
Oh, okay.
It's about Winston and how he got started. Mel Gibson in this. It's 3 parts of about 90 minutes each section. I watched the first part, or episode 1. I got through most of episode 2, then dozed off around midnight. I have to watch the end, and I'll catch episode 2 again and 3 tonight. It has the same flair as John Wick, and there's a guy in there. It actually is Winston's brother.
Oh,
he invented the headshot, the gut then headshot that John Wick made famous, and he was every bit as good at hand-to-hand combat.
So they're 3 90-minute segments.
I don't know if the third one's 90, but yes, the first one and second one were in that range.
That's a European deal. Europeans do a lot of series that each show is an hour and a half long.
Well, you know what's interesting, and I guess they decided let's not even try. In the John Wick movies, the guy who played Winston, Gabriel, what's his last name? You know who I mean.
Yes, I know exactly who you mean.
He had an accent or affected way of talking. This guy just talks like he's from New York. So somewhere it developed. I guess maybe he couldn't perfect that.
Bob, I still couldn't see 4. It's 3 hours long. I just can't do it.
You got to watch it, Tom. It is absolutely worth the 4 hours.
4 hours? I thought it was
whatever it is. 3 hours, 4 hours. I actually left saying I wish it was an hour longer. It was phenomenal. And if you like John Wick, you will absolutely like The Continental. It probably has as much or more gore as any show that has been on television.
So Catherine
that was meant for TV.
Catherine will not watch it then. She hates gore.
Yeah, okay. It's a little bit of blood. Tell her that.
A little bit of blood. That's
Somebody may have had his finger pricked. Tell her that. It's terrific.
Anyway, so the high today is
30.
38?
Yeah.
Tomorrow it's what? And tomorrow it gets into the low 30s.
Oh, God. Oh, maybe I will sit inside and watch a 3-hour movie because I ain't going outside after I get home. I'll tell you that.
Well, but you don't have to watch all. You can watch them in parts. An hour and a half today, tomorrow. Take the whole weekend. You got time.
I could do that. I think that's not a bad call, Bob.
You will absolutely love it.
I love the first 3. I tell you, there are 2 or that's 4, right?
It's 4, yeah.
Yeah, so the first 3 I've seen, I thought it was really. I love the first. The first one's still my favorite.
I think the 4th was the best of the bunch.
Really now, because 2 and 3 were not as good as 1.
They were good. They were good, but this one was just terrific and quite a death count. He just piles up the bodies.
I'm glad to hear that. They're quite the death count.
Now, Brittany, do you watch it? Oh, I just wanted to ask her if she watched.
No, you're out of the mix.
No, I have no interest in watching John Wick. I've heard you and Timmy Lammers, you guys just gush over it, and I think you guys have ruined it for me.
Well, there's a love story in there.
And I know how it starts, and I'm not going to watch a movie that starts like that.
What if we told you that Taylor Swift did the soundtrack?
Yeah, then I will get the soundtrack.
Still not going to the movie, huh? I don't blame you. I understand that. completely. Not a problem.
When you just like somebody, there's another show, it was called This Is Us, and everyone was hyping that show up so much.
Never cared for it.
And I just couldn't get on the bandwagon, and now it's like feels too late. That's how I feel about John Wick. I'm just like, you know what? That's going to be a whole metaverse that I'm going to just miss out on.
Yeah, that's how I am with Game of Thrones. Like I never got into it. I never watched one episode, and everybody, oh, you got to watch it. It's the greatest show ever. It's great. And now I'm just like,
True story. I've seen one part of Game of Thrones, and a guy's banging his sister.
Yeah.
I'm out.
I think that's the first episode.
I'm out. Goodbye.
I watched the last half of the last episode because my family was watching it.
You are mentally unwell. That is insane, Bob. That is
okay. You refuse to watch John Wick, and you're calling me insane.
I watched all of Game of Thrones. I didn't say like I watched the last 10 minutes of John Wick 4.
I'm sorry. I'm just not into incestuous shows.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But like, who watches the last? Like the last episode? You are a monster.
I was wandering through the room and I wanted the TV and I had to wait for it to end so I can have it back.
I hope that you sat there and then asked your family, like, what is going on?
The whole time. Who's that? What's that? Who's that?
I hate you so much.
Are they new? Who are they?
I kind of did that too because I that show was like very big when I was in college and I didn't have HBO there. So I was visiting my parents at home one weekend. It was like the final season and the big battle that I heard like took 3 years to film and it was supposed to be better than everything else.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta be a part of this. I gotta watch this. It was a black screen for
dark
3 minutes. Oh, and then the director's like, hey, you guys, it's your fault because you don't have bright enough TVs. I was like, no, this looks terrible.
You don't have bright enough TVs.
That was it. He's like, we artistically shot it for this. If you don't have the right TV settings to like
view, you have the wrong tint.
It's your fault.
Yeah. So that was enough for me to be like, I made the right choice not watching this entire series.
You horn tootin'. All right, Sandy, get off your ass and go back to bed.
You know what I have to do today? My one I have to change a tire on a Bobcat.
Nice.
Normally my son Shane would do it, but he's got the bad wing. He, the broken collarbone, so I have to do it. And I hate manual labor.
What do you think of the new pirate name we gave to Chris Eggert?
Which was wait a minute. Was it the one named after from the Christmas Story?
Oh, Captain Hookfoot. Right?
Captain Hookfoot.
What's wrong with that? It's a very scary name for a pirate, I think.
Does he have more than 1 foot? I mean, can he?
Oh, why did we not go with Peg Leggert?
Oh, that's super. I'm gonna write that down. I'll add that to my list.
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
Monday or Tuesday.
Leg.
Have a winner.
I love
AJ,
it.
nice.
Great call.
You know what? He's earned his spot for the next 10 years with that one.
Why don't you settle down there? Dial her back.
All right. See you later. Have a great week.
Thanks a lot. Bob Stansfield, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Bielke Law Firm. Heard at work. Dave Bielke goes to work for you, taking care of your workers' comp injury claims and denials. Go to BIALKElaw.com. Tell them Bob and Tom sent you. And now we turn it over to Tevin, who has some. Now, you had listener comments.
So we were talking about our favorite horror films earlier. Yes. So we had a few listeners write in. Eric says The Ghost and Mr. Chicken is his favorite.
Love it.
Jill is a big Silence of the Lambs fan. And Denise is Freaks from 1932.
Silence of the Lambs. A hell of a movie.
Yeah.
So good.
No doubt about it. Is Anthony Hopkins, right?
Yeah. Oh, and it was that. Do you still hear the sheep screaming, Clarice? Like when he goes on that long rant. Oh, he's so good. All the way to the FBI. And oh, he's so good.
And then we've got Mike, who is a big fan of The Thing with Kurt Russell.
Good movie.
And then, that's it. So everybody send in your other horror movies.
Okay, what are the 4 you just had there?
We've got The Ghost and Mr. Chicken, Silence of the Lambs, Freaks from 1932. And what was Mike's again? Oh, The Thing with Kurt Russell.
I would have to agree with all 4 of those.
You know which one messed me up as a kid? I watched it when I was homesick one day, and it was probably a little too young. The Strangers.
Oh, that's
it's got Liv Tyler in it.
Is that about a cabin or something?
Yeah.
They go to it's not a secluded it's
like
a neighborhood, but
small town.
But it's like a deserted area. But it's just these home invaders just essentially like torture these people for the entire movie. And then the thing that really got me is like at the end, it's like, why are you doing this? And they're like, you were home?
Yeah.
We just wanted to. And I'm like, oh my God. Tell me. Because up until that point, I was like, there's got to be a reason. Like you made somebody mad or whatever. These people just wanted to. And then it was like, oh my God, that can actually happen in real life. There's crazy people everywhere.
Yeah. The burlap sacks, like masks over their face. Yeah. They're like, well, why'd you do this? Because you answered the door.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, note to self: don't answer the door.
Yep.
But if you would continue on sending in your favorites, because I want to find one that I have not seen yet that people really, really like. I've seen all 4 of those. I agree with them; they're really good. But I got to find one for this weekend, and maybe one more for Halloween night that I haven't seen. I've seen, And again, I'm not into slasher movies and that kind of stuff. Halloween, the first one was kind of a slasher movie, but it wasn't gory.
Mm-hmm.
And you were telling me you were all whipped up because you saw that one young woman's breast when she pulled down the bed sheet.
Yeah, you were so excited about that, Tevin. You just kept talking about it.
I remember that one too. No, the one that messed me up was The Ring. I saw that.
Oh, The Ring. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, The Ring was so scary. I saw that at a sleepover party.
What's a sleepover party?
Oh, it's where you get together with your BFFs and you all have pillows and you sleep in the living room, and it is such a vibe. And I'm so sorry that you never experienced it.
Why was I never invited to any of my friends' slumber parties?
Probably because you already sounded like a 40-year-old man.
Well, that's probably it.
Also Brumbies, Tevin?
A what?
A Brumby, a bro slumpy.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, Tom, men don't call them slumber parties. It's just, hey, do you want to come over and play video games?
Yeah.
And that's
it's like, okay, it's 1 o'clock. You want to just hang out the rest of the night? Yeah, I guess so.
I used to sleep over at Andy Fisher's house once in a while. In the summer only, because we could sleep on the front porch. It was phenomenal. It was screened in. So
that seems insane. Like, as a parent, like, to let your kids sleep in a screened in porch seems...
Not letting Go sleep on the porch?
No. Not happening. If anybody would attack us, I would say, go get him, Andy, because Andy liked to beat the piss out of people who were mean to him. So that was good.
You guys were like the first bait and switch, like online predators.
It was bait and switch. You're absolutely right.
We've got a couple more write-ins from listeners. Wendy says the Mothman Prophecies is her favorite.
I heard that's really good.
I've never heard of that one, actually. Neither of this one. Aaron writes in with Ready or Not. He said that's really good. Mm-hmm. And then Joe says the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers with Donnie Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland, hell of an actor. All right, keep them coming though, ladies and gentlemen. Again, they're mostly texting in.
Yeah.
Through the app.
If you go to the app, there is that Brittany, and refresh my and the listener's memory on how to contact the show.
Not a problem. You got to go over to your Tom Bernard Morning Show app, and then you click on the top left. It's a little talk bubble, and that's feedback for the show, and that is emailed to me, Tevin, AJ, Andy's probably getting them in right now on his way here.
I like it. We have to take a break. Be right back. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen, another legendary Halloween figure. Michael Berryman will join us right after this. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh is a good friend, known him for quite some time now. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugarcoat. By the way, I mentioned that because I'm not going to promote some guy who's a hunyuck. If I don't know him, I ain't promoting him, right?
It's a good philosophy.
Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That's 952-925-5608. You will be glad that you did, and please tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
This is the Tom Bernard Morning Show.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings, or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to Me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? We are now setting the world record for peeing.
The world record for peeing?
We can make it a block away, pee, and make it back in 2.5 minutes.
It's impressive.
That's pretty good.
I would know. My bathroom's right next.
Brittany's not up yet.
There you go, Brittany.
No, keep her down. Keep her down.
Not only is my bathroom there super close, my bathroom is like 2 steps away here. So
it's all about you. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about our feelings.
Not a problem. I haven't been.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my friend Michael Berryman, horror actor Michael Berryman. In addition to the extensive horror movie list, Michael has been in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which was phenomenal, by the way. Weird Science, acting veteran and horror genre icon Michael Berryman. How you doing, sir?
Well and above ground, brother.
Yeah, we're both still above ground, Michael, which is great news. I just love the fact that one of the things that I do really like is as you know, the holidays approach, and we talked earlier about we got some family birthdays, one in October, the end of October, one in the beginning of November. We got Halloween. We got it's just this whole era, this week kind of kicks off one of my favorite times of year. Not necessarily the weather in Minnesota after this, Michael, but you know, the rest of it.
I'm familiar with Minnesota. We're in the woods out here in the center of Michigan, actually, and yeah, Minnesota. It's beautiful, but yeah, you get winter there, dude.
We do get winter here, and we got a different kind of winter than even Michigan, to tell you the truth. And you would think that being on the lake, on the east side of the lake, you guys would get worse weather than we do, but now we tee it up for you, no question.
Well, thank you.
Yes, well, thank you very much. Michael, how have you been? Everything good?
Everything's good. I like how you phrased that question. Is everything good? There's a memoir available on Amazon. It's called It's All Good.
It's All Good.
I wrote every word myself. It's my story of my life. I start from when my father, a Marine brain surgeon and neurologist, went to Nagasaki and Hiroshima after the bombs. I've got pictures of shadows that used to be people. He comes home radiated. I'm born with numerous birth defects. How does that? I wonder if we can connect the dots between radiation poisoning and birth. Yeah. So I tell a story from the perspective of this young boy in the memoir, all the way through growing up, dealing with life. A lot of incredible encounters, body surfing with some sea otters, some highs and lows, Secret Service coming to my front door 3 times, and I opened the door. My father kissed my mom, grabbed his medical bag, and off he went.
God.
And the first 2 times was Bobby and John Kennedy, and of course, the third time was Marilyn Monroe. And I kept my secret to my father not to divulge her cause of death until after he passed away.
Oh, really?
And I felt exactly what he told me in my memoir. So the conventions are kind of all tidied up for me right now. October's been busy, and we're still dealing with the strike, trying to get the studio to not turn us into AI or
sure.
cookies.
So yeah, that is a
Going
problem.
on. In the meantime, it's getting the house ready for winter and trying to promote my memoir because for all your listeners out there, I'm a straight talking guy.
Yep.
I've got some things I'm dealing with, and if you get It's All Good and you like it, do a shout out to a friend because it would be very helpful.
God, I tell you, Michael, I've been talking to you now when I used to be on the KQ morning show for 37 years. We talked many, many times, and
yes, we have.
I kind of developed this kind of I mean, obviously, you're in my friendship as a digital one because I've never met you in person, but I still consider you to be a friend because every year I get to talk to you. I always look forward to it, Michael. I will tell you that.
Well, thank you. And, we share common ground. It's like we're on the same frequency.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly right. It's just, what I really like about Michael, and I'm not going to go on too long about this, but one thing I've really admired about you is that you've gone through some things that not a lot of people have gone through, both good and bad, I'm sure. But I have never heard you once say to me over the 30 years I've been talking to you, "Oh, poor me, I'm a victim. Look what happened to me." You are living your life the way you want to live your life, and I've always admired that.
Well, thank you for that observation. We all have that opportunity. It doesn't make challenges go away from that perspective. It's a little something I came up with decades and decades ago. If you take your hand and you take your thumb and you point it to the ceiling, and you take your index finger and you point it out, there's 3 fingers pointing back toward you. Mm-hmm. So I let that be an example. Actually, my nana, my grandmother, Sophie, when you read my memoir, It's All Good, you're going to fall in love with Sophie. There's pictures in the back of the book of her and her husband and the rest of my family. But what the hand gesture means to me, and she taught me this, your thumb is to remind you that every action and every thought and everything that you do in this life has to be charged up with energy, inspiration. So your thumb is up. Hopefully it's positive inspiration. And then you make a choice, and that is your action. That is your finger pointing out into the world, into your experience with other people and situations. And what comes back to you will come back threefold back to you. So I don't... for a phrase, I don't cotton to negativity. If I see inappropriate behavior, I'll be politely in your face and I'll say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I just observed blah, blah, blah. And why in the blank do you do that? I've just always been that way. When you read my memoir, you'll understand that when I was young, in the 1950s, early 50s, children didn't have a lot of latitude or permission to speak freely, speak their mind, even when they know the grown-ups were not full of it, but trying to protect us with something that's not the case. We know different. So it's like in the movie Matinee, Joe Dante's film, where the girl gets in trouble for not ducking and covering under her desk to practice for a nuclear war. I'm a huge advocate of peace. I do not appreciate war. I have met, so there's bigger things involved in poor me. We all have our moments of dark night of the soul. That is very true. Mm-hmm. And I share that in my book. But on a day-to-day basis, I realize that's no way to live from moment to moment. Certain things hurt. There's certain things are beyond your control. You wish you could do more. And that's just part of life. But, my biggest concern, I think, would be having all of us turned into AI and never leaving our cubicle, kind of like the short story of H.G. Wells called The Machine Stops. Mm-hmm. It's a brilliant, brilliant piece. I recommend that. Also, I've had many, many types of employment, legal documents going from billionaires to billionaires and to various courthouses. There's good billionaires and there's not so good billionaires.
Yes.
But there's maps of the world in all of their offices. It's big corporate global zones of control. There's no countries, there's no states, there's no provinces. They start wars, fund wars for both sides. They've been doing it forever, and they get off on it, basically. But the good ones try to do good work, and the other ones are like, it's pretty obvious. So we have to make a decision, and I think the best decision is that we come together and we see that little piece of humanity in every single person. It doesn't mean somebody who's dangerous and malevolent is to be hugged and high-fived. Mm-hmm. You have to be protective about that. But it's not brain surgery.
No question about it. Yeah, Michael, you're a very, very bright guy. I assume that came from your mother and your father both.
Yes, they both had good brains.
See, that's a, you could just tell. That's a
well,
good.
In my book, I mentioned this. Hey, one day my dad was looking at my report card, and here's what he said: "Your grades they're okay. You can do better. You have a good brain. I've seen it."
That's a hell of a line, right?
He was gowned up, and they cut my skull apart and put it back together like a puzzle. You know, and he actually saw my brain. So Jesus. I had no smarty pants response to that.
No, I can understand that.
From my father.
Another thing I'd like to thank you for, Michael, is that Brittany, who's on the show when you were doing the thumbs up and the pointer out, the other three coming back at you. Would you tell Brittany when she does the thumb up, point a finger out, and the rest of them back, do not pull the trigger like it's a gun when it's aimed at me?
No. It's a peace, bro. Unless you leave me no other option, then you're going to regret it.
I like that, Michael. I like there's a plan B. I always need a good plan B.
She does. It's true.
Yeah, the plan B is there's some things that I've learned medically from when I went to pre-med school and my father, and there's a few ways to stop the fight. If you can't breathe, you're not going to hurt me. If I can run faster than you, then I'll run faster. One day, Wes Craven said, "Hey, we're going to go to a drive-in in Los Angeles. We're going to show The Hills Have Eyes. So we're going to have you dress up like Pluto." So we did so. I was there with Peter Locke and Barry Cohen, our producers. So we're in Los Angeles in the San Fernando Valley watching the movie. About the scariest part of the movie, Wes says, "Go out and bang on some cars because that would be kind of funny." And I go, "Okay, I'm like an idiot. I do this." Now I'm dressed as Pluto. I don't have the metal knife. I have a rubber knife.
Good.
So it's kind of funny, scary. Until I went to this one car, and a really big guy gets out with a baseball bat, and he says, "You scared my girlfriend." This is what happened. "You scared my girlfriend. Quote, I'm going to smash your brains into the pavement." And he's coming at me. And I'm totally perplexed. I go to grab my knife, and it's the rubber knife. And I go, I don't know what to do. So I'm looking for the van. All I see is people staring at the screen, terrified. So I'm running away from this guy. He's chasing me. I'm not going to outrun him as a long distance runner, but the point being, I'm yelling out. Finally, I see headlights, and the van pulls out, and the side door opens, and it's Wes Craven holding onto the seat, and he reaches out his arm, and he goes, "Grab my hand now." And he pulls me in the van. The guy flips us off. We go down the road. We go to a diner. Nobody said a word. We get on menus. We're kind of exhaling. I go, "Wes, what just happened?" And he goes, "We have a hit."
So we're gonna make some money, Michael. We're gonna make some money.
Michael, can you even imagine? Can you imagine what it's like for their side of the story? How often they tell the story, like the guy with the bat, how he like fended you off?
Oh, I'm sure he might have had a tendency to embellish it, but that's okay.
You think?
Smash my brains into the pavement. I appreciate that.
Oh God, what?
That's strange. What are you gonna do?
What you're gonna do is someday get in the car and drive over here and come into the studio, because I all the times I've talked to you, I've never met you in person. I'd love to do that someday, Michael.
Yeah, we should do that. I travel around. I go to airports a lot. Just, yeah, you could have send your contact info to Judy, and that way maybe we could do lunch.
I would love to do it. Michael Berryman, you're a legend, sir, and I appreciate your friendship after all these years. Thank you.
You're welcome, and I'm glad you're all still with us.
Yes, I am too, sir. Have a good day, Michael.
Thank you. Take care.
Michael Berryman, he's a very smart guy, by the way. That's why I've been literally interviewing him for, it's probably more like 35 years, something like that. How would you, he has never told me that part of the story because it was in the book, but now that the book is out, I guess he can bring it up. He never told me that he ended up with, and I got to get this right, I got to read it. It's hydroerotic ectodermal dysplasia. That's the condition he has. And it's because his father was in, did he say Nagasaki or Hiroshima? Maybe both, probably both.
Yeah.
But he got poisoned, came back, had a baby, and the poison passed on to the baby. Isn't that amazing?
That's so sad. Yeah, and it sounds like Joe, I believe Joe from Louisville, actually met Michael Berryman.
Oh, really?
He said, yeah, at Scarefest last September, and got a picture with him and his wife.
Love it. Send it over.
Yeah, send us the picture, Joe.
You heard me.
We also got a lot of other. You want to go through some more scary movies?
Absolutely, no doubt about it.
So we've got Ryan, who enjoys the Stir of Echoes. Stir of Echoes
is a great movie,
as well as he said, The Frighteners is a good comedy, spooky movie.
Okay.
Trevor is a Blair Witch Project fan. John is a Freddy vs. Jason fan. Sandy says Salem's Lot is a good one to check out. Thomas says Burnt Offerings. Jenny Lee, Stir of Echoes again, as well as Pet Cemetery. And then Chad wants to be funny and say the horror film is the Packers beating the Vikings.
That is a horror. It's a horror.
Oh, speaking of that voice, I did have somebody wrote in with, they wanted to hear your favorite joke about why a witch divorced a skeleton or something like that, but in that iconic Halloween voice you do.
What was it again? God, that's an old one. It's a witch that divorced a skeleton.
Something like that. I'll see if I can find it here.
God, I remember that kind of joke, but I do not remember the joke. A witch married a skeleton. No, I can't remember. I can't remember the punchline. You looking it up?
Trying to.
All right. Yeah, stay after it. Yeah. Stay after it. It's not a problem.
And Thomas said Jaws was another one. Jaws.
Is that horror, you think, though?
I mean, it's scary.
It is scary.
Shark, but yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call it horror.
No question about it. Nobody says The Exorcist, though. That's interesting.
No.
It's too old, maybe, because that movie's 50 years old now.
Is it that old?
I think it came out in like 73, 74, didn't it? I think. Somebody could look it up.
Yeah. And I think we might have an answer to why Dean Phillips is potentially running for president and leaving the vodka money behind. Apparently, the Phillips family, doesn't really like Dean in the vodka business, so that's why he ran.
Really?
Yeah, according to one of the listeners, Don, he said that there's.
What do you mean they don't like him in the vodka business? What's he going to do? Not put the cap on, right?
You know, like that's the adopted kid and his mother maybe get ostracized a little bit.
Dean, get off your ass and call in. I know you're listening, so just call in. I want to find out, because what I'm going to do at the end of the interview, I'm going to say, you know what? You should get into politics because you suck on the radio and podcasting.
Yeah.
Just to piss them off.
And some of the listeners sounds like they're going to pour up a little Phillips vodka and sparkling grape juice, since AJ suggested.
It's all the craze. Yeah. 73 is when.
73. Yeah. So that was 50 years ago.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That was 50 years ago. My God. Lick me. 50 years ago. But still, Richard Pryor's reaction to the movie is by far the best thing that ever happened to that movie. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That movie was so good and so scary.
Do you think I do think the original one is still the best. All the part 2, 3, 4, whatever it is, not as good.
I would rewatch the original for sure. I would never watch any of the 2, 3, 4. No interest.
I agree. I agree with you completely. But Linda Blair, she didn't come on this year. She comes on every Halloween. Where the hell is she?
I don't know, but she ruined the name Reagan for all little girls.
Reagan.
Yeah, it was such a cute name. And now it's like, that's all I think of when I hear like a little girl named Reagan. I'm like, that was a possessed girl.
Now, you guys are obviously a lot younger than I am. When we went to the movie, so I'd have been 21 years old, I guess. But we went to that movie. About half the people were terrified and the other half the people laughed.
Yeah.
Did that still get the same reaction?
You know, I haven't been to I think the last scary movie I went to was with you when we went to The Quiet Ones. I haven't been to a scary movie in a long time. Oh, now you're terrifying with your mustache.
Roar.
You look like Wario.
Okay. Let me put that down then.
But yeah, I haven't been to it. Like I guess we went and saw Us. And I think that had like comic relief moments. I think a big thing in movies now is like little moments of comic relief, and the audience kind of like releases that pressure a little bit.
Mm-hmm. I could see that. And we, God, what was the other one we went to? Did we go see? No. What is it? Hereditary.
I didn't see that in theaters. I saw it at home, and it was scary enough. Like, oh, that stuck with me.
Did you try to stick to the ceiling?
Always. Oh, when they scan and it's eerily silent, and spoiler alert, because if you haven't seen this movie yet, you should. But when it doesn't focus on it, but there's a character that's like hovering in the corner of the room.
Yeah.
But they don't focus on it. He's just kind of walking around and doesn't see it. I was dying. I was like, can we end this movie now? I need to turn on New Girl immediately. I need some like buffer. Oh,
is Hereditary, is that one where they're like in some like research space station and like, okay, no, I don't think it's something else.
No, that's like a demon possessed movie.
Oh, okay.
Not no.
It was good though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Ari Aster is a messed up dude, and I appreciate him for that. He makes some good movies.
I'm glad that he's mentally ill and makes good movies. That's really nice. You know, I'm trying to figure out like tonight, tomorrow night, I got to have a horror movie to watch.
Yeah.
And I've seen almost all of the ones that I wanted to see.
I do think you should see Cabin in the Woods because I think you'd get a big kick out of
watch that. You're right.
It's like not like it's not the formulaic scary movie. You'll like the twists in it because it's just kind of it's scary, but also you go, I love the commentary.
Mm-hmm.
And then you know what movie? The first movie I was so scared of that I kept rewatching till I wasn't scared of was Dawn of the Dead, the remake.
Oh, sure, yeah.
When they were in a mall. And that was one of those movies that like had a lot of camp to it. And that I found that to be, I was obsessed with that for a while.
Speaking of zombie movies, have you guys ever seen Train to Busan?
No.
It's a Japanese movie.
Oh, is it Japanese? I thought it was Korean.
It might be Korean. I thought it was Japanese.
Listen to her. I thought it was Korean.
Like she has no idea what.
No, she might be correct.
Yep, South Korea. It's actually because Korea has a huge horror.
They do.
I think I mixed it with Bullet Train for a second because that takes place.
Great movie.
That's a fun one. But Train to Busan is like that's my favorite zombie movie. Like it made me feel something because a lot of the times it's just like okay, there's like emotion and you're like getting teary-eyed about oh my god, it's not necessarily a scary movie because it's zombies and it's in the daytime a lot. There's jump scares and stuff like that, but it's not a possessed type thing. But if you like zombie movies, Train to Busan, you can get it. I know it's streaming somewhere. Very good, insanely good.
It's BUSAN.
BUSAN. Yes.
I cried and I didn't want to watch it anymore. It's on Prime. We started it and because I have a friend who's obsessed with like South Korea horror films. They have like this whole genre.
Horror, when you're going to say that, okay?
Horror, like Britney.
Yeah, South Korean horror movie.
South Korean horror movie.
Hey, I don't know what she's doing on the weekends. But I started it thinking like, oh, this will be great. And again, this is after Gogo was born. And I remember being like, I can't watch this. There's emotion in it, a lot of emotion.
Yeah. Fair warning, if you're somebody out there that despises subtitles, this is not the movie for you because it's all in Korean. But if you can get the little text on the bottom and pay attention that way, it is a fantastic movie.
Yeah.
Train to Busan, and you can find it on
Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime. Okay. All right, we got because I got to get a couple. So that's one.
Yep.
You think I like that one?
I think Cabin of the Woods would be right up your alley this weekend.
Me too.
Cabin of the Woods and then maybe Busan on Tuesday night.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, I could do that.
Okay.
Catherine would not like Train to Busan, though. You think?
I don't think she'd like that. I think she might like Cabin in the Woods because it's tongue-in-cheek aspect. It's not like again, we watched it with our 15-year-old niece who was like, I want to watch something scary, but I don't want to be terrified. And I was like, okay, this is the jam because it's kind of like a mechanism for scary movies, and you'll get what we mean. You'll really like it, Tom.
I am looking forward to it now. I have two things.
I think we found the joke that they wanted you to say.
Oh, yeah.
Why did the witch divorce the skeleton?
Why?
Because he had a Halloweenie.
Halloween. I do remember that. He has a Halloweenie. That's exactly right.
Thanks,
so, kids, why did the witch divorce the skeleton? Because he had a Halloweenie. Get it?
Ayo.
It would be hollow because the bone marrow would be. No, never mind. All right, we should probably take a break.
I don't think Premier Health can help him out.
No, probably. How about Flagship Ford? Can they get a car for him?
Oh, yeah, and then you can get laid for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've got a Halloweenie, go to Flagship Ford. Is that what you're saying?
I say all non-hollow and Halloweenies.
Yeah, non-hollow and all. Okay. Tom Bernard for Flagship Ford in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I'm happy to say I purchased an EV Mustang from Flagship and have friends and coworkers who bought new vehicles and used ones from this family-run dealership. That's just 20 minutes east of the metro in Baldwin, by the way. Whether you want to compare their used car specials, claim Ford financing options, or simply book an oil change or tire rotation, they have you covered at Flagship Ford. New vehicles like the Ford Escape, the Edge, or F-150 pickups with special engine options. Flagship Ford can answer all your questions on your next vehicle. The month of October is Tire Month at Flagship Ford. Fit your tires for your specific vehicle, any model car, truck, or SUV, and get your tires before the snow flies, just $5 over cost. That's a purchase of 4 new tires with a $70 rebate, gift card on top of the $5 over cost on most brands' tires. That's a great, great deal. Flagship Ford, east of the Metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin. Yeah, it's about 20 minutes, man. Not that far at all. Online at flagshipford.com. That is flagshipford.com.
This is the Tom Bernard Morning Show. Listen live on the Tom Bernard Show app or at tombernardshow.com.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this, at Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful. Someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation, 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Bernard is a paid endorser.
Liar. She's all lies, all lies. What are you doing wearing a Twins cap?
Me?
Yeah, look at that. He's got his Twins cap on.
We're gonna win. Twins next year. We're gonna soar.
Twins next year.
Great improv.
Well, they had a better year than I thought they were going to this year,
Sure.
so maybe next year even better. Tick up another notch, right?
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Timmy Lammer is brought to you by Michael Bryant, Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury lawyers seeking justice for the injured. Contact Bradshaw & Bryant at minnesotapersonalinjury.com. Michael Bryant bringing you Timmy Lammer. So, Timmy, it's Halloween movie season.
It certainly is. And you know what? For once, a studio got it right and is actually releasing a movie Halloween weekend. You know, why release Haunted Mansion in theaters in the summer? I don't get that.
I agree.
You know, what is the point of that? So you do have Five Nights at Freddy's, a very scary movie, out in theaters this weekend. The interesting thing is, and I don't know if this shows a lot of confidence on the studio's part, Universal, but it's also on Peacock. It's streaming the same day, so you can watch it either at home or go see it in the theater, which is sort of strange. They did the same sort of thing actually with the last couple Halloween movies, and they needed to do it with the last one because it sucked.
Really terrible.
Yeah, the last Halloween. Now this is much different because I don't know, you youngsters on the show here, did you play Five Nights at Freddy's at any point?
My nephew is obsessed with Five Nights at Freddy's, writes his own fan fiction. I know a lot about Five Nights at Freddy's.
Tevin, AJ, no, because I know Tommy doesn't play it.
Like, I know of it. I never played it though. Like, I know a lot of people are like insanely, like Brittany just said, like writing their own stuff about it, and then they're like, oh, I need to know the lore. But I've never played it, so I never got super into it. But I still might see it just to like be a part of the wave of fandom.
Yeah, I mean, why not? If you got Peacock, why not?
Exactly.
So, but for folks like Tommy and I who have never played it, actually, my youngest son just gave me a quick introduction to the game last night. Basically, it's a guy who's in this old Chuck E. Cheese-like place called Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. You know, they got games and all that stuff, and they got these creepy animatronic creatures in there that would perform songs and stuff like that. They had that sort of thing, Tommy, for us, I know, as this is going to bring you way back. Remember Jolly Troll? Do you remember the Jolly Troll?
Love the Jolly Troll. The first time I saw it, I think I was probably about 8 years old. And I said, Mom, why is there a place called the Jolly Troll? Because I didn't know what the hell a troll was when I was that young. Whatever. Jolly Troll. Yeah,
so for everybody on the show and folks who are listening and aren't familiar with Jolly Troll, it was a smorgasbord, basically. It wasn't like a Chuck E. Cheese sort of place or anything like that. But basically, while you were waiting, I think, to get your plate, they had this line of trolls that would move slowly.
They moved, yep.
Yeah, and it was the coolest thing when you were a kid. But I have to admit, you know, this animatronic stuff, at least in this particular movie, these things creep me out. These are on the same sort of line as seeing creepy dolls in movies.
Sure.
So, you know, naturally, inherently, it's freaky to me, and I think it probably is for some other people. So basically the game is you're sitting there in a security office and you're monitoring the restaurant, which is shuttered. It's shut down. And these creatures move slowly towards you, and you got to get them and shut the doors before they get you. That's pretty much that's how you survive a night at Freddy's. So this movie picks up on that, but you're talking about lore. I think you did, AJ. You know, they brought some of that lore, that fan fiction, whatever, into this movie to construct, actually, I think, a pretty decent story. You remember Josh Hutcherson from the Hunger Games, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's the lead guy, and he is suffering from a tragedy when he was younger. His brother was actually taken from a family event. Yeah, and it's haunted him his whole life. Yep. So he's just down and out, and he finally takes his job at this abandoned pizzeria. The owner wants to keep it open for some reason. And like the game, he sits in this office, and strange things start to happen around him. Eventually, you find out the backstory of these creatures. There's more to them than you think. There's some ghostly elements involved. And so it's a matter of survival. So these creatures don't get you. It sounds pretty basic, but I have to admit, this actually went from horror thriller into psychological thriller territory for me. I was very surprised at how deep the movie got.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But the thing is, how young, you say your nephew, Brittany?
He's 13. He's been obsessed with this for about, like 5 years. I mean, I've heard everything about Five Nights at Freddy's.
Okay, because this is important. 13, he'll be able to handle it. Even as a PG-13 movie, I think for little kids that have played the game, this is just way too intense. I think this will cause sleepless nights if you're a little kid. I was kind of shocked at that content because some people were bitching about it not being an R movie. Well, clearly the demographic for this film is younger, so they did everything they could to keep it under that PG-13 realm. And let's be honest, I mean, sometimes it's only a matter of an F-bomb or two to get in an R. So you can still get pretty intense and pretty violent in a PG-13 film. But I think psychologically, because of the theme of the movie, you know, about missing kids and stuff like that.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
That's just like, oh, man, it messes with everybody's mind watching this, adults. And it's like, I can't imagine what it's going to do to a younger kid. So I honestly, if they have fun playing the game, let them play the damn game. the movie, I can't recommend it for anybody under 13.
Really?
I honestly can't.
Yeah, well, I don't know. What are you going to do? And what's the name of it again?
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Five Nights at Freddy's. But
And
not-
again, Tom, I mean, honestly, it might be worth giving it a shot for you on Peacock. Because again, there was so much more to this movie than I ever expected. I mean,
Really?
yes, it's scary, and you have the jump scares, but you have the psychological aspect of it that really messes with you. And this is a Blumhouse picture, so Jason Blum puts a lot into his films. You know, they're not basic. Sometimes they go off the rails. I thought the first Halloween reboot, the first couple were good, and then the third one, it just went completely off the rails and sucked. Exorcist Believer, actually a pretty good horror film. I mean,
really?
So it actually, you know, it goes to show you that, you know, some of these horror films are just one-dimensional. They just are meant to make you jump, and that's about it. Well, it seems like Blumhouse, they want to take you in a little deeper than that. So, but again, there are just certain elements that made me think, God, I don't know, man. I can't see. And in fact, my youngest son and my youngest daughter's boyfriend and my oldest daughter went, and they all enjoyed it. And my youngest son actually saw somebody get up and walk out with their kids at one point where somebody got chopped in half. So,
well, the thing is, Tim, there's so many books that are around this, and they're scarier than any movie I've ever seen. So, like, I think it's like
Five Nights at Freddy books, really?
Oh my God, you're like scratching the surface of the surface.
Really?
Yeah, there's so many books around, and they have this like lore around the origins, around Glitch Trap, around Bonnie. I mean, I know every character.
Wow.
But like, I'm telling you, if they're reading these books, they're scary. Because I mean, any book is scarier, you know, the whatever.
Yeah.
So if they're in this world, they are in this world. So they're obsessed. Like,
well, I'm coming to it from a standpoint of not knowing anything. I
Yeah.
mean, literally surviving one night at Freddy's, because not a lot happens in the video game in the first night.
Yeah, well, it must be nice. I have a nephew that every holiday, every time we're alone, he's obsessed with two things: Five Nights at Freddy's and Gremlins, and he tells me everything. And I love my nephew Finn so much that I have now accepted that is part of my personality as well.
Well, then I think you two need to watch it at the very least on Peacock, or maybe take him to the theater to see it.
Yeah, but
you'll get a lot more out of it than I did. And honestly, I don't think you really need to see or have played the game to totally understand what's going on here.
No,
it seems like when you get out, and I'm asking my younger companions with me at the movie, I said, okay, really, it went this far with the lore and the story? And they said, yeah. I said, man, that's effed up.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really mind freaky stuff.
Yeah, the game is all about just the jump scare. Like, it doesn't tell you much about the lore, and there's like voicemails on the game that you can hear to get a little bit, but it was all built off the game. But like, they went into such detail with backstory in Five Nights. Like, yeah, it's called FNAF. FNAF is what you say if you want to sound cool. Say, yeah, I'm in the FNAF lore Reddit stream. You know, get in there.
FNAF lore.
Right.
I'll choose to be a non-hipster in this. I don't know if I can go with
this is beyond hipster. Like, this is young kids.
Really?
Yeah.
Future hipsters.
Maybe.
So anyway, a recommendation apart from that, on Hulu is a new Goosebumps series, a reboot, which I might have mentioned last week. And at first, this movie reminded me of a Goosebumps episode. I thought, okay, I can see how this can appeal. But then, like I say, it got deeper psychologically, and it's like, whoa, that's pretty crazy. But I have to recommend to Tom Still. I mentioned it Tuesday, and Tevin, you said you were going to see Old Dads. Did you see it yet?
I've not had time to sit down and watch it, but I think I'm going to try and check it out tonight because I don't have much going on.
Tom, it attacks the PC culture like there's no tomorrow.
Oh, I'm going to watch it at about 12:05.
There you go, man. I mean, it really, Bill Burr, he's bringing fire with this movie.
What's the name of it?
Amazing. And you know, right, you're right, Tevin. I mean, I watched the trailer because normally I don't watch trailers or anything prior to seeing a film, but I did see it, and you're right, it is really an extension of a stand-up act. I will say that. But
old dads.
Yep. Old dads.
Yeah, old dads. And you know, that's okay. I mean, look, the guy can act. He's been in a lot more than you ever would have imagined. Bill Burr. He was in the famous Chappelle skit. Remember the racial draft?
Sure.
He was in that. But that guy he's a really good I mean, yeah, he's a certain type of guy. He's terrific in a movie called King of Staten Island with a guy that I'm not really crazy about, but Pete Davidson. He's actually pretty good in that movie too. It's kind of his life story. So Bill Burr, he actually directs this and co-writes it. So that tells me that if anybody pushed back, it's like, F you, I'm the director and I'm the co-writer. So I'm going to say what I want to say. And he does with that picture. So
you ever met him?
No. He's one guy I really want to interview. I would imagine you've interviewed him before.
Yeah. And I don't mean this in a too negative way, but he's got an edge to him that a lot of people don't care for.
Well, he's a Boston fella, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He's a tough Irishman from Boston. He'll kick your ass.
Oh, he's got an edge to him. There's no question. Funnier than some bitch. The guy's.
Oh my God. Well, he's among the daring comedians, and there are few and far between these days. And that would include Chappelle. That would include Ricky Gervais and Bill Burr. I don't know. Can you guys name any other stand-ups right now that are willing to say anything and face cancellation no matter what? I mean, is there anybody else out there?
Is there? I don't.
Bobby Slayton.
Yeah, I mean, Chappelle, when his last specials, he's always going to push the envelope. There was shoot, this is going to make me upset. But I did see a stand-up special on Netflix recently where the guy definitely pushed boundaries. And I was like, oh, I can't believe you're saying this.
Who was it?
Hold on.
You don't remember
I'll look it up. But yeah, some white guy on Netflix.
Oh, some white guy instead of some black guy. Is that what you're saying?
No, get it right, Tommy. Some honky.
Yeah, some honky. That's exactly. Some honky showed up.
Well, you know, somebody asked me the other day, it's like, oh, I bet you say honky because Tom does. It's like, no, actually, that's been around forever, hasn't it?
Honky.
Just that not a lot of people say it.
No, there's not a lot of people. Me and Richard Pryor, and he's dead. So there.
Yeah. Well, I was telling the kids about how far network standards have come. Remember that skit between Richard Pryor and Chevy Chase where they're doing like,
oh God, when he drops
things to insult each other with.
Yep.
And Richard Pryor calls Chevy Chase a honky, and Chevy Chase responds with the N-word.
Yep.
And then Richard Pryor responds with dead honky.
Dead honky.
Remember that?
Yes, I do.
And this was on Saturday Night Live.
Oh
my God. I mean, geez, things have just
back when it was funny.
Yeah.
It's jarring to watch it now, that's for sure.
Shane Gillis is the comedian special that I saw on Netflix.
Really good.
Yeah, really good. Check that out.
I will check that out.
So have you met Bill Burr or only talked with him on the phone?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I met him a long time ago. And he was not mean to me, but you could tell there's a boundary here and don't cross it. He's one of those guys, you know? Which is fine. I got no problem with that.
Yeah, and he's got a podcast where he airs it all out. I think it's called the Monday Morning Podcast that he releases on Thursdays or something because he wants to. Because again, don't F with me.
Yes,
I'm just going to kick your ass. But I guess I just find that ballsy approach really refreshing.
Yeah, I agree. So he is very funny. There's no doubt about it. He is funny. Whether you like him or not as a person, he's very funny.
Yeah. So I have to quickly know, I got to go in a couple minutes, but Halloween weekend, are there any go-to scary movies for all of you in the studio that you need to see around this time of year or anytime, really?
Well,
not scary. We have like Nightmare Before Christmas. Although that's, is that a Halloween movie or a Christmas movie? It's always.
It's both.
Yeah, exactly. It's both. And then there's Hocus Pocus. That sort of thing. We don't really watch scary movies so much. We watch spooky movies.
I'm going to watch Cabin in the Woods, suggested by Brittany and Tevin, that I watch Cabin in the Woods. I've not seen it, so I'm going to watch that.
Is it just an Andy Warhol movie where it's 2.5 hours of a static shot of a cabin?
Probably. Yeah. That'd be fun.
Now that Cabin in the Woods, is that the one with Hemsworth?
Yes.
And there is actually another one, and it's more psychological thriller, but Knock at the Cabin, M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah,
latest.
different though. Yeah, that's a
Much
different
different.
vibe.
It's not a horror movie, but
yeah, I would say that Cabin at the Woods, Catherine could watch that one, but Knock on the Cabin Door, no, I would not recommend to watch that one.
I think Sigourney Weaver is actually involved in Cabin in the Woods.
I love her. She's very nice. We've had her on before. She's terrific.
Oh yeah, she is. She is.
Yep.
Kevin and Brittany, what are your scary go-tos?
Let's see. We watched Cabin in the Woods last weekend. I would love to watch Dawn of the Dead again. That used to be my favorite. And we've been talking about Hereditary, and I might be brave enough to rewatch it, but I'm not sure because it still messed me up quite a bit.
That is a freaky movie. And I remember, Tom, back on that station that you used to be on, I recommended it, I think, and somebody watched it and got so pissed off at me because they rented it and they hated it.
Yeah.
And I can't believe I don't have enough time the way it is. And you said to recommend this was the worst movie, It's like, okay.
What movie was it?
It was Hereditary.
Oh, I love
with Toni Collette.
Oh,
it's an effed up movie, man.
It's one of those ones where, you go, it reminds me of being a little kid scared, where I go, I'm going to go in the guest room to vacuum, and I'm like, I turn on the lights first and open the door really wide kind of vibe. Like you get a little bit more scared than you're used to.
What about Tevin? You got a scary one?
No scary movies that I'm like planning on watching. Maybe I'll watch one, maybe I won't. I'm not a huge Halloween person, to be honest with you. I know. It's not good to say.
You know what, turn off the lights and do a jump scare with Tevin sometimes.
Yeah, I will. I'll go to my spookiest voice. It'll be magnificent.
So I wish I could get Winter on camera here. I'm petting her off to the side. I'm not doing the Jeffrey Toobin thing underneath the picture like.
Oh, Jesus.
In case you're wondering why my arm is moving.
Remember yesterday when Tim was whacking it on the air? It was really great.
That's actually the scariest movie you can watch is this on YouTube, is Tim Lammer's Self-Pleasuring.
No, Winter is here. Winter.
I love Winter. What a baby. I remember when you got Winter as a puppy. Like, what?
Yeah, and when she was a puppy, she was the size of, I don't know, she was like 25 pounds.
She's huge
right away. So so Winter's down here. So Quinn's trying to lift her up, and I don't think so. She's 85 pounds, and female peers are 85. The male peers get up to 125.
Oh, she's so beautiful. We had a listener write in Renfield was a good one if you're kind of on the verge of scary or not scary kind of vibe.
Yeah, that's Nicolas Cage. Yeah. So you might want to check that one out, Tommy. That as well is on Peacock.
What is it called?
Renfield.
Oh, Renfield. Okay.
And Nick Cage is Dracula.
Right. Yeah, that's right. He's Dracula in that movie.
And Nicolas Cage is, who's Nicholas Hoult, excuse me, is Renfield, his assistant. So
okay, on the way out, I want some. This is a recommendation because I don't know any women named Donna, but I want you to do me a favor. If you're, as you move along and you're planning your, interment and all that stuff after you die, on your headstone, just one person could do it. Have the question, Dawn of the Dead or Donna the Dead? How great would that be on your tombstone?
Let's tell Donna Valentine.
There you go.
We'll tell her. She's the type that would like a good joke.
All right, one more animal here. This is Mari.
Kitty.
Mari is short for calamari because our other cat is named Sushi. So
okay.
Black cat for Halloween here, baby.
Perfect.
Good luck though.
White dogs, black.
She can cross me on the street anytime she wants. She can cross me, walk across the street. I'm not worried about anything happening. So
I love it, no question. Timmy,
all right, have a great. I say Halloween weekend, but Tommy, we'll actually talk on Halloween Day next Tuesday.
We shall indeed.
All right,
indeed we will.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
You too, sir. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. Timmy Lammer is brought to you by Michael Bryant, Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury lawyers seeking justice for the injured. Contact Bradshaw and Bryant at minnesotapersonalinjury.com. Timmy Lammer, sponsored by Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury lawyers. Timmy, so you like his suggestions?
Oh yeah, Tim always has great movie suggestions.
Yeah, it seems like it. Seems like he knows what he's doing, right? You think?
I think so.
Maybe.
Brittany?
Yeah, no, I don't know if I want to watch Five Nights at Freddy's, but I think I have to keep talking to Finn. I think he'll disown me if I don't watch it. But there is a little girl in that movie, and I hate not knowing if kids survive or not. I have trouble watching when there's little kids in horror movies. That terrifies me.
I understand.
You want me to look it up for you?
I may or may not have already done that. But like Tom, when you told me that that scary one, the Dead Rise or Evil Dead Rise, whatever, with the kids, I knew right then and there. I was like, I will not watch that one. The one, yeah.
Yep, I understand that.
No, thank you.
So again, it's Cabin in the Woods, not, what's the other one? Knock on the Cabin?
Yeah, Knock on the Cabin is a dark. It's kind of more of like a, the whole concept is somebody comes to their, and this is all on the previews, it's right at the beginning. These people come to the door and say, the world is ending unless between you three, this little family, kill one of each other. Like you guys. Yeah. And I don't, that's not my vibe.
Ooh, I could tell this story for the first time with Andy in the office. Because many, many years ago, this is a Halloween story. Many, many years ago, we moved. I won't even say where we moved, but we moved to a different area. And we put Andy and Alex in a local school. And so we went to pick them up there about this time. Maybe a little earlier in the month of October. And I walked into school to pick them up, and there were no decorations for Halloween, nothing. And then Andy came home and said, Dad, what's the deal? I said, what do you mean? He said, they think that Halloween is an evil holiday and they will not celebrate it. You remember this, Andy?
Yep.
They will not celebrate Halloween. It's evil and they will not celebrate it. The next day, we took him out of that school and put him in another one.
Dang.
You're afraid of Halloween. I don't want my kids being taught by you.
Yeah, it's an extremely Christian place.
Yeah.
It was like, the Halloween is all about spirits and stuff, and you're not supposed to.
Right.
So
there's that school out in New Jersey that canceled all their Halloween parties and activities and stuff like that this year because they didn't want to offend anybody.
How were you offended by Halloween?
I don't know.
I can't take it much more.
I know, like in China, you're not allowed to show skeletons anywhere. So, like you can't like hang skeleton decorations and stuff.
Interesting.
And the reason I know that is because there's a cool screenshot out there. So World of Warcraft, you're all familiar with World of Warcraft. In World of Warcraft, if you die, you leave a skeleton behind. But not in the Chinese version. In the Chinese version, you leave a gravestone behind. So there's these screenshots out there of like these raid bosses surrounded by gravestones of players who died to that boss. And it looks way cooler than the version we have.
That is cool.
Skeletons all over the place.
Yeah.
So it's actually pretty cool. But that's how I know. Yeah, no, you can't show skeletons because it's just like too morbid, I think. But you can show gravestones.
They're good. They got too much of it. They're not dealing with it.
Yep. So I doubt they do Halloween in China, maybe to some degree, but yeah, there's cultures out there who they would not like Halloween.
Or like in China, they celebrate Halloween like we celebrate like a Cinco de Mayo or something like that, where just an excuse to get drunk at a bar.
Well, yeah, there is that. It's like in Japan, they do technically celebrate Christmas, but in Japan, it's an excuse to eat KFC.
Nice.
Well, that's
specifically KFC.
That's not bad, though. We're going to have to do that. We did it on the Q many, many years ago, and I'm talking about many years ago. When that holiday comes up, we have to have a Latin dance party. We do. We did, because I wore a huge sombrero.
No,
Amy Kerr took about 85 pictures of me wearing a huge sombrero.
They'll yank the show off the airwaves.
That's too offensive. Get it off the air. Actually, almost everybody who showed up for the promotion was Spanish. They loved the idea. Having a Latin dance party, baby. You got to get it going again, right?
I love Latin music. It's great.
You horn tootin'.
Yeah. Play some Bad Bunny.
Livin' La Vida Loca. Is that one of your favorites?
You guys are just speaking the same language right now.
Tom has no idea who Bad Bunny is.
I do.
I don't know who Bad Bunny is.
I've heard of Bad Bunny, but I don't know who it is.
I would argue he's the biggest musician in the world.
What?
Currently.
What? where there's music.
I've never heard of him in my life.
He's out of, I believe he's out of Mexico, a Spanish-speaking
Puerto
country.
Rico.
Puerto Rico, there we go.
Puerto Rico.
But I mean, everybody listens, like around the world. Not so much, I mean, here in the US, yes, he's very popular, but not where everybody listens to him. But like around the world, everybody listens to Bad Bunny. Like to the point where DJs are like, I'm tired of having
Bad
to get
Bunny
asked to play Bad Bunny.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's like, what's like one of his biggest songs?
Nothing you would know, but
there's one that's like, and I hop around and I'm really naughty, Bad Bunny.
Okay, we're gonna just go to break.
Honest to God, get out. That's Bad Bunny.
No, she's trying to make a joke. Like,
I think she was serious. I'm looking at her right now. She was 100% serious about this. And I'm very upset. All right, we will take a break because you'll come back as Kristen Burt will join us talking about Bad Bunnies.
Huh? Oh, she's a Bad Bunny, naughty bunny.
naughty bunny, naughty rabbit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy B here to invite you to a bucket list event to hang out and meet and party with two of the premier quarterbacks in Minnesota Vikings history, Jim Super Shuffle McMahon and 2-Minute Tommy Kramer. This event is happening tonight at Route 47 Pub and Grub in Fridley on University Avenue. It's presented by Buddy Becker, RES Realty, and Tailgate Spices, the taste of victory. So here's the deal. Go to TommyKramer9.com. Get your tickets starting at just $15. Plan on fun with you and your friends this Friday night at Route 47 in Fridley. The best Tom Petty tribute band, Free Fallin', is providing the musical entertainment. Big game champ Jim McMahon and Vikings legend Tommy Kramer. I have to do it at least one more time. Tommy Kramer will provide all the stories of when the Vikings were actually good. That is so cold in this commercial. People thought that I was ad-libbing that, by the way. Blaming it on me. Yeah, they'll provide all the stories of when the Vikings are actually good. It's a memory of a lifetime to meet and hang out this Friday night. That's tonight at Route 47 in Fridley. Route 47 Fridley with two best, the number 9 quarterbacks in NFL history. Our thanks to Buddy Becker, RES Realty, and Tailgate Spices for presenting this event. See Jim McMahon and Tommy Kramer live. Just go to TommyKramer9.com and they will see you there.
This is the Tom Bernard Morning Show. Listen live at TomBernardShow.com or on the Tom Bernard Show app.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
Why should your business bank with North American Banking Company? Here's Landon and Gavin Miller of D&B Plating.
I've always been impressed with their speed of answers to our questions, and that has allowed us to expand and capitalize on opportunities in the market.
North American Banking Company has never made us feel like a number. They've always treated us as a partner.
For more information about North American Banking Company, go to nabankco.com or stop by any one of their Twin Cities locations. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
The new Tom Bernard Morning Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Bernard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Bernard Morning Show. Visit tombernardshow.com, keyword part.
We are back, and we have now completed the trifecta, ladies and gentlemen. We started out this morning, very beginning of the show, Svengoolie was on. And then mid-show, we had Michael Berryman, of course, legendary horror star. And we completed with the horror star, Kristen Burke.
I thought I was a Bad Bunny.
Good, scary. I don't know Bad Bunny. He knows Bad Bunny.
Everybody knows Bad Bunny. In fact, he was not only the host of Saturday Night Live last week, but also the musical guest. He did double duty.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Well, we all watch Saturday Night Live.
Usually, the clips go viral every, Sunday and Monday, and it's a pretty big deal to be pulling double duty. Only a select few get that honor.
Yeah, I'm just glad that Kristen, sorry, I'm not alone. That I just set up Catherine's computer and typed her name. So that's
okay.
I'm KB2. She's KB1.
But the greatest part of it is she doesn't even come in on Fridays anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I feel like I never know she randomly shows up. So
she just shows up whenever she feels like it. That's probably about right. I wouldn't doubt that. Okay, Kristen, you have to lock in with the rest of us. Do you have a couple of favorite horror movies to watch this time of the year?
Oh, the one that scares me the most, and I don't think it's at the top of anybody's list, but it's The Strangers. Does anyone remember this with Scott Speedman and Liv Tyler? And the thought of strangers knocking on your door persistently and then breaking in is terrifying to me.
Really?
Yes.
Don't you have a 357 Magnum?
I do not.
Because I do. Try that at my house. See how that works for you.
You're going to have to mail that to her.
But you also have to remember that I'm 5'3", and probably with a 357 Magnum, I still can be overpowered. That's the scary part.
Yeah, you just break your wrist firing that thing.
Probably true. That is probably true. Uh-oh, another kitty on the show.
Oh, Black Cat.
Black Cat. This is her spooky season. And her birthday is November 1st. So she's like...
yeah, there you go. One day.
Happy birthday, London.
Yeah, she and Linus will be 10. But to you guys, Linus doesn't exist because he won't come in the closet with me.
He won't do it. He won't go in the closet. That's all there is to it. No question about it. So, in any case, The Stranger, yes, that did come up several times. People love that movie.
Yeah, and going back to a classic, I will always, forever watch The Shining with Jack Nicholson.
Too long.
Oh, that is a masterpiece. Shelley Duvall.
It is good.
Jack 240. Wow, I had no idea.
That's 240.
Tom, I'm so glad you said it. I watched it as a kid and remember being scary, and then I tried to rewatch it. They could take off the first hour because a lot of it is building up, and you're kind of I think I'm bored right now.
It's too long. There's no question about that. And now, of course, we go to the movies and it's 3:40. It's like, oh my God, would you stop?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if they don't bring back an intermission, I'm going to start protesting because I think
agree.
It's also a good business decision. I swear, people are going to go and buy tons of snacks because halfway through, even if I didn't buy one at the beginning of the movie, I'm going to smell all that popcorn and finally be influenced.
Yeah, that's true. Oh God, yeah. I have the toughest time going to a movie and not getting popcorn. There are times when I'm trying to drop a few pounds here and there, and but you gotta have popcorn in the movie theater, don't you?
I agree. I drown mine in butter. I'm one of those that puts the fake topping on top. I have them put it in the middle if I can't do it myself, and I will get it if I'm not hungry, because what I will do is bring home my 3/4 full popcorn bucket and bring it home and eat it later.
Yeah. Yep. God, it's good though.
My go-to move with the butter, if they fill the bag up all the way and you're not able to tell them hey, can you put some on the middle, is you tilt the bag to the side and let the butter run down the side of the bag so it gets to the bottom, and then the bottom pieces just soak in it. It's so good.
Then you have to put napkins on your lap because it'll be all over your jeans in the middle of the movie. But I'm a total butter girl. I'm like, do not give me a dry popcorn. I don't want it.
But there's some people that don't like popcorn. I don't think I've ever met anyone that does not like popcorn.
I've met a few people.
Have you really? Yeah. How do you not like popcorn?
Oh, they don't like the fact that it gets in your teeth and the kernels and stuff.
Oh, wow. Grow up.
My mom, that was her go-to snack for us. She'd be like, well, I'll just make you some popcorn. And she had like her little popcorn pan over the stove. And it's so funny because my whole family, when we want a snack, everyone will be like, oh, let's make popcorn. My brother is addicted to it. My niece is addicted to it. So, and she's pregnant. So we're going to have a grandniece soon. So we cannot wait to add another generation to the whole thing.
It's Andy, you love popcorn, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, you grew up in a good family. That's why. I don't think I can name anybody that doesn't like popcorn. They've never mentioned it to me. But there have to be people who don't like it.
Are you guys fans of flavored, like the gourmet popcorn that you get where you can get Oreo flavored, grape flavored, random stuff like that?
No.
Truffle popcorn.
Truffle popcorn?
Oh, that's good. Yeah, truffle popcorn is good.
You're right. When we make popcorn, we put truffle oil on it.
See, look at Andy's like a chef now.
Yep, pretty fancy.
Fancy.
Very fancy. Okay, so we got The Stranger, we got popcorn. We're going to find out exactly what you're up to this weekend.
This current weekend, a little bit of Halloween festivities over at the Roosevelt Hotel, so that'll be fun. Yeah.
What are you doing over there?
A little partying with my friends. You got to go and like let off some steam, right?
What's the Roosevelt's been there forever.
Roosevelt has been there forever. Historic hotel. It was the site of the very first Oscars back in 1929, and it's just across the street from the Dolby Theater where the Oscars are now held.
Exactly. What was the name of that legendary hotel that burned up a few years ago in Los Angeles? It caught fire, and I can't remember which one is what's the name of the hotel? God, didn't part of the hotel where John Belushi died start on fire?
Are you thinking? Oh, the Chateau Marmont.
Yeah, Chateau Marmont. Didn't they?
Was there a fire there? I don't think so.
God, I'm for sure that was.
I mean, their workers were on strike for like 2 years during the pandemic, so I don't even know how they survived half of that. But I wish the walls could talk at Chateau Marmont because.
Oh God.
One of my favorite stories. I don't know if I've told this one. Has nothing to do with me, but it's Scarlett Johansson reportedly had a fling with Benicio del Toro in the elevator.
Oh.
After the Oscars, and she called it the most unsanitary thing she's ever done.
Oh, yes, Jesus.
Don't you love that?
Love back door or
my friend, I don't.
Oh, it's filthy.
Someone just say. Did I just hear that?
Yes, you did.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't even want to repeat it because I just don't want to repeat it.
No, you don't need that sound.
No, good call.
It said it was filthy.
But it can be unsanitary. There's a lot of things that could be unsanitary about a sexual encounter in an elevator at Chateau.
I would imagine that's true. It's one thing I can tell you flat out right here in front of my son. I have never had sex in an elevator. So there you go.
Never lived it up while you were going down?
Oh, see? Living it up while you're going down.
That's Aerosmith song, Loving an Elevator.
Yep. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I had a big hit with that, didn't they?
Yep,
Kristen knew what I was talking about.
Yeah.
I did. I'm from Boston, so.
Most definitely.
We love our Aerosmith.
I want to ask you about Bill Burr. We're talking about Bill Burr, who's also from Boston, correct?
I don't know.
Is he? Yeah, I thought you would. I think I'm pretty sure he's from Boston. Well, never mind.
Bill Burr was born in Canton, Missouri.
No,
I mean, not Missouri, Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Canton.
Canton, Mass.
Close.
Canton.
How far is that from Boston?
It is part of Greater Boston, so it's a suburb.
No, it is a suburb. So he grew up in Boston because he's got that edge to him. I told you before, I love the city of Boston. I want to go back very soon. I want to sit down with Archie. Catherine and I have done it. So we want to sit down with our children and their spouses and their kids and have them eat lobster at a restaurant on the ocean in Boston because it's the best. I'm sorry. I love lobster, but in Boston, it's even better.
It is. And bring me along and I will show you how to eat it like a real New Englander.
Oh, really?
Yeah. When Bill took me out for lobster for the first time, he was like, oh my God. He's like, there you were like tearing the thing apart, twisting heads and legs. And you're like suck on the legs and the tails. And he's like, there's meat in that lobster. I didn't even know where it was before.
Love it. It's just, like I said, I just love the city of Boston. Anyway, I love the people. And you know, I love the most about the people. Hey, good to see you. They really mean it. Or go F yourself. They mean that too. I love that about Bostonians.
We're very, very like upfront about how we're feeling. Isn't the weather great? No, it sucks. We don't have time to like in LA. It's all about the fluff, or like if they, don't really like you, they'll pretend that they don't like you. We're not going to pretend if we don't like you. We're just going to go. I really don't like you, and I think we're good here.
A Boston thing to do, isn't it? Just it is very. That city's still pretty much Catholic, isn't it?
It is a huge Catholic community. There's also a huge Jewish community in New England as well. Like my town where I grew up in Andover. I would say it was probably about 50% Catholic, 50% Jewish, at least the time when I was living there. And, in middle school, I loved it because like the social event of the season in 7th grade was bar and bat mitzvahs. And I was all about it. It was fun.
I don't want to get too serious, so I'll only take about a minute on this. But I didn't see it, but somebody told me there was an anti-Israel protest at Harvard. Is that true?
There was also one at NYU, which is where I went to college.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and some really distressing signs, honestly. And I sent a note just as an alum, just to be like, what's being done? Because they were clearly students. And there's a really disturbing image going around of people taking the Star of David and putting it in a trash can, on a poster board.
At NYU.
At NYU, which has a very huge Jewish community. Yeah, we would even have the high holidays off at school just to people to understand like how big the Jewish community is and was at NYU. And I got no time for anti-Semitism. So I was like, as an alumni, if you want my donation dollars, what's being done about all of this?
Boston is all Catholics and Jews. What are they thinking about protesting against Jews at Harvard? What are you doing?
This is what you get when you teach people to hate people based on their skin color.
That's true. That's exactly right too. There's no doubt.
And I think a lot of people don't understand that people who are Jewish, it's an ethnicity as well as a religious.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, a lot of people don't care about that.
Just the skin color. Got it. You're the wrong skin color. It's like, oh God, that's getting so old. No, I mean sitting next to you.
Is it because of the wrong skin color?
Yes, that must be what it is.
Because you're the wrong ethnicity.
Right.
But honest to God, Chris, and I saw that, and we can move on from here. I don't want to get too serious about it, but I'm like, at Harvard? You think that's the last place you'd hear that garbage?
Yeah, I would say the same thing about NYU. You would think it would be a very similar mindset, but I was really frustrated. And people, for anyone who hasn't been to NYU or that part of Manhattan, NYU is centered around Washington Square Park. Washington Square Park, obviously open to the community at large, but that is like the central part of the campus that everybody crosses through. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting because so many people in this whole thing are pawns of people's governments. And, it's the innocent people who are being hurt on both sides. And it's really frustrating.
That's exactly the point, by the way. It is not every Catholic or Jew or black person, whatever, that's causing this. It's the people at the very top using them to cause it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the part that pisses me off to no end.
And you have a terrorist organization in power in an area of land. So it's crazy.
Okay, now back to the entertainment.
Yeah, let's go back to like the light stories, the fluff, because I'm sure some of you have heard this, but Michelle Williams did the audiobook for Britney Spears' new book, her new memoir.
Yeah.
And people are like, she should win an Oscar for how well she delivers Britney Spears' words.
Really?
It is hilarious. The disdain she has for Justin Timberlake and some of Britney Spears' family members who really did her wrong is really wonderful and hilarious and amazing. A lot of the clips have leaked online, but in actuality, I mean, she can't win an Oscar for this, but she can win a Grammy for spoken word. And it could quite possibly happen.
So there's a lot of really good clips of her doing impressions of Justin Timberlake. And those are the really viral ones, Tom. You would die. Like, he'd be like, for sure. And she's like doing this just like obnoxious voice. It's amazing.
It's no secret that Justin Timberlake has co-opted a lot of Black culture throughout his career, and the fact that Britney writes about it, or she had a ghost author, we know this, who worked with her, but the fact that Britney was able to retell this tale, and then Michelle Williams was the one who interpreted Britney's words is amazing. It's worth a listen.
That is pretty amazing, actually. So how is Britney Spears doing now? Is she okay?
I would say she has a lot of mental health challenges. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn with that at all. I think she's someone who has good days and very bad days. But I really hope that she has good people in her corner, because I think in just looking at even snippets from her memoir, she has been through so much trauma that nobody deserves. And a lot of people profited off of her and kept her working at a time when she should have been resting and taking care of her mental health.
Was her dad a big problem?
Huge problem.
Yeah.
And he, he is had bouts of like alcoholism on and off over the years. He was someone who was not present in her life that much when she was younger.
Oh, okay.
And then when push came to shove and someone needed to take over her conservatorship, he did. And she's telling all of these stories, but a lot of these have been proven in court, like how he controlled her life completely, and how she had a lack of freedom for 13 years. And how much money he made off of this conservatorship, as well as some of her other family members, I really hope, I know that Britney has a case against her father when it comes to the accounting of her money, because she should have hundreds of millions of dollars, and she's worth far less than that now.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Britney on the show here.
It's exactly interchangeable. Our lives and our accounting completely. Like I'm suing all of you for not having $100 million in my account.
And you are mentally ill. That's the other part you have in common.
Spot on. I also like to dance with knives in my Instagram posts as well.
Her Instagram posts. So some of them are lighthearted, funny, whatever. But there are some that are like
disturbing.
Somebody needs to do a wellness check on.
No, she's fine. She's fine. Just let her be. Like, she's eccentric. Here's the thing. She blew up as a celebrity at a young age, so everybody knows that you stop, like, your maturity level is at that point. Also, there's nothing illegal or that mindset of take away her choices and her ability. Charlie Sheen was the most insane person ever. And he never had the things done to him as Britney Spears. So let her be weird on Instagram and be fine with it.
But also, it's like Tyrese as well. He also will post on Instagram and become like completely unhinged. So I think it's just with celebrity it happens, but with Britney, because of how big she is, it gets more attention.
It's like, and it's interesting. The conservatorship happens with a lot of the women and not the men. Amanda Bynes was someone else who was in a conservatorship, also having mental health problems. And it makes me curious if there is some sort of like gender bias in being able to get women into conservatorships easier than men. I don't know that. I don't know that there's been studies done, but it does something that it just raises eyebrows to me.
And Michael Orr, I believe, the football player that was The Blind Side, he was in a conservatorship.
Oh, yeah.
And he's currently trying to get out of it. So I think it could be very well be maybe it's more easy to get women into it, but I think just younger people in general, when you don't understand what that is, and an adult goes, here, sign this so I can help you make money. Well, now you just signed all of essentially your life away.
They just dissolved the conservatorship for Michael Orr, but the court battle is ongoing, and it is not looking very favorable to the Tuohy family whatsoever. It's astonishing. And, it makes The Blind Side, which was, at the time was such a big movie. Sandra Bullock won an Oscar for it. It makes the whole story complete fiction. Just complete
fiction. They never even adopted him, correct?
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So the whole story of, we found this guy on the street and we adopted him, brought him in. Like, yes, they brought him in, but they didn't adopt him. He just signed a conservatorship, which they told him was an adoption. It's what, so they duped him from the start and then duped everybody else.
Yeah, and it becomes like a Hollywood white savior story. Like, look how good we did adopting this poor black kid. And it's really kind of disgusting, the whole thing. And then they were, when the lawsuit came to the public eye, they're all like, we didn't do that. We didn't do that. And the court papers clearly spell out yeah, there's a conservatorship here, and he was completely duped.
Do you think there is something to be said that, because this happens a lot, right? Where stories are told and it's just not the truth. Is there any blame to be put on the people making the movie? Because it would be an easy check to see if there was adoption papers, like the dude that didn't do their due diligence on making these movies.
It's a good point. I mean, obviously the story was from Leanne Tui's point of view, but you would think that someone would go, hey, okay, we need to just fact check here.
Yeah.
Or that studio lawyers would want to vet this. And
Yeah.
maybe this is a lesson learned moving forward of how stories are played out. Or Hollywood won't take the blame and will say, well, this was our interpretation of the story.
Based on events that happen, not everything in here is going to be 100% accurate.
That just seems like such an easy check. Like I can check if somebody, you know, like if there's relation documents when it comes to that kind of stuff. So it just blows my mind that that was passed up.
Well, yeah, it's super easy to check, but it's also probably in their minds not worth their time when they have this huge budget and we have deadlines to meet and things like that.
Yeah, and you had Sandra Bullock starring in it, and then it was so well received at the time. It became part of the whole Oscars award show season.
And maybe they've gone through the thing of losing a lot of projects because then they have liability of knowing. So it's like the like the less they check, the better they are because they can say plausible deniability.
Look at you throwing around legal terms, Britt.
She watched Suits this morning.
I do have a notebook, so
Yeah,
a
there you go.
notebook.
I don't want to brag, but
What's so great about that? All the guys in the show stayed silent because we knew you'd have to respond to that one, Kristen. I'm like,
You knew I would have a smart ass quip.
Smart ass come back. Exactly.
No, I love it. I was like, big vocabulary words. We love it at 8:43 in the morning here on the West Coast.
Well, Kristen and Brittany, are you guys going to Wendy's today to get some French fries?
Oh, that's right.
What?
Is it National French Fry Day?
No, but as Swifties, I would expect you to understand that because Taylor Swift dropped her 19 whatever album, that you're getting free fries at Wendy's today because somehow that makes sense.
Okay, so first let me clear some things up for you. She's dropping her re-recording of 1989 so she can own all of. Yep, you nailed it. I did not know that Wendy's is also trying to cash in on this. I don't know what the tie-in is, but I'm excited to look into it more because I feel like we got an eighth of the story from you.
Any size hot and crispy fries with a Frosty purchase.
Yep. Oh.
Only through the app, though.
But why?
Taylor Swift Frosty, isn't it?
What does Frosty have to do with Swifty?
Yeah.
No idea. But you can just use Taylor Swift to go get free fries if you're going to get a Frosty.
It's like the worst justification for the promotion I've ever heard. Wendy's is throwing it back to 89 in style with an offer that all fans can indulge in while you jam out to some songs that we all know can be sweet and sometimes a little salty.
This is so stupid.
But I have to buy something in order to get something for free.
But
I only just want free.
They're doing it's really actually like a Halloween thing because apparently tomorrow they're doing a free crispy chicken sandwich with any purchase and other crap too. I don't know.
We don't have a lot of Wendy's here on the West Coast. Do you guys have them in Minneapolis?
A few.
Yeah, not a lot, but a few.
Of all the fast food places, I'd say it's the least crappy.
Yeah, it's about right. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that makes
it depends on if you think Culver's is fast food or not.
Yeah, that's a great point.
That is the
we have In-N-Out Burger as our better.
Yeah, In-N-Out's great.
Yeah.
Really, really good.
Can I say something?
No, you're out of the mix.
In-N-Out
Is it going to be an
Burger.
anti-honky thing?
No, In-N-Out Burger kind of overrated.
Oh, Kristen.
Kind of overrated.
Kristen,
I'm sorry, Kristen.
What is it comparable to here? Like, would you say it's a Culver's? Is it like the Butterburger?
I would say it's like Shake Shack.
Yeah, similar to Shake Shack.
Shake Shack.
Whataburger. I think Whataburger is also comparable. I love Whataburger, which is mostly Texas area. Like
Well, none of these help me.
none of them. You don't have Shake Shack in.
We have Shake Shack, yeah.
I've never been.
There's one in Mall of America. There's one near the Roseville Mall. They're really good.
Andy, there's enough Shake Shacks where like at some point you have to say you have to help yourself. We can't help you.
I got to be honest with you though. It's okay. I don't think Shake Shack's all that good.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I don't go to fast food really that much because it's just not great to begin with.
Right.
It makes me feel sick. Like if I went to McDonald's and got a a Big Mac, I would be feeling awful all day.
Yeah. Oh, I can't eat McDonald's. How about Habit Burger? Do you guys have Habit Burger?
No.
I've never heard of it.
That's another really good one. I actually go there more often than I go to In-N-Out. But the one good thing about In-N-Out is that they own their ranches. They own their own, they source the meat. So you know that you're getting high quality meat. And that's why they haven't franchised all over the country yet, because they need to have a local source. They're now like in the Colorado and Texas area, but they've been mainly stayed on the West Coast because of sourcing.
Here's the problem I have with Culver's. It's good, but it's not fast food prices, and you won't realize that until you like order for your whole, you and your friend, and you're like,
$20 a person, yeah.
It's crazy expensive.
But I think it's worth it every time.
Same. I agree.
Amazing. And this is a true story. There was a hamburger place called The Clock on Broadway Avenue, right by North High School. It's not there anymore. It was torn down long ago. There were a few Clocks around town. They were a Minneapolis-based deal. You could go to The Clock and get a hamburger and French fries for 25 cents.
Damn.
Wow. That's when I was in high school, so that's a while ago. But
that's a bargain, as we would say in New England.
That's when a quarter was made out of real gold. So.
You know what I found out yesterday? I was listening to it. I can't remember what TV show it was, but it was a financial show and all the rest of it. In 1885, the average annual income of an American man?
Probably like $100.
That was good. What I was going to say.
$400.
Yeah.
Well, the annual income was $400.
Wow.
Well, there's a reason the penny is a thing, and it's because 1/100th of a dollar used to be an amount of money that you could spend on something.
Yes.
Right.
It hasn't been in a long time, though.
Penny candy.
Yeah, let me go get my change bucket because we're going to go buy a house today.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Year. So basically, you're talking what, $32.50 a month.
Yeah, and $400 doesn't even pay for my 1 month of having a car. Or
not even
close. Won't pay your rent.
Yeah. No. Oh no, God, no! It doesn't pay. It doesn't pay for a day of rent.
No, that's very, very true. All we ever do is educate around here. Have you ever noticed that?
Well, I do have to say, Tevin, what you're thinking
for 1 day of rent.
Thank you, because I was going to say 30 times 400. Take it easy, Jesus Christ.
12K rent. Suddenly he's living in Manhattan.
I know. I was like, where do you live, sir?
I got excited. I'm sorry.
You're not paying $12,000 a month in rent.
Who isn't?
Somebody is.
Somebody is in Manhattan, I'll tell you. And
I'm sure.
It's a small 2-bedroom.
That's what makes me feel better about myself, is seeing videos of people in New York. And I'll go, here's a tour of my apartment. I pay $3,000, and it's a room the size of your guys' closet, and they're so happy.
I lived in my Manhattan studio. I lived right in the West Village, so I lived in prime real estate, Christopher, between Hudson and Bleecker. And my primary bathroom now, which is large, but is much larger than the studio I lived in.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. And when I moved here, like my cat had lived with me at the time, had lived with me in Manhattan and had come with me to Los Angeles. And she would walk under my feet all the time. And I'm like, oh, no. We now have thousands of square feet in this condo. We lived in like 200 square feet in Manhattan. You're not going to walk under my feet and trip me all the time anymore. Spread out.
All right, sister. We'll have a great weekend. We will talk to you on Monday.
Looking forward to it.
And you have to wear a witch hat on Tuesday.
I have a witch hat.
I know you do. You got to wear it on Tuesday.
I will definitely. I was going to wear my cat ears, but maybe I'll wear.
Well, that too. Both. You could do both.
I'll put the cat ears underneath the witch hat. It'll be fine.
It's phenomenal. Going to be fantastic.
Have a good weekend.
You too. Thanks, Kristen. We shall take a break. Be right back right after this.
This is the Tom Bernard Morning Show.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to Me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw and Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw and Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Bernard is a paid endorser.
The new Tom Bernard Morning Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Bernard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Bernard Morning Show. Visit tombernardshow.com, keyword part.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. I just saw a headline, Red Wings relationship with American Indian community shifts to partnership. I love Red Wing. God, we got a ton of listeners down in Red Wing to this show.
Yeah.
And Catherine and I and Andy, you came down just for the wedding we had down there a couple of weeks ago, but we spent the weekend down there. We love that town. I'm seriously, Red Wings are great. If you've never been there, like everybody goes up north, Catherine and I go down south just to be a pain in the ass. What do you think?
That is very on brand, though, for you. If everybody's going that way, I'm going to head down here where I can be away and just spend time with my family.
We still look well. We got to get Ethan out there next year because Fawny, when she was 2, almost 3 years old, ran all the way up Barn Bluff. I mean, it's steep too. It's not just a casual walk. It's steep. But she was so excited to be out that she just ran the whole way up the bluff.
That's incredible. That's that kid energy.
Oh, she's got some energy, no doubt about it. You going to get Ethan to do it, Andy?
I think so.
Yeah, we got to get back down there. It's just a great town, great people, restaurants, beautiful area. You got the river, you got the bluffs, you got the whole deal. It's magnificent.
Got one more movie suggestion for you.
Okay, good. I need one.
From Darren, Phantasm.
Phantasm, yeah.
Have you seen it?
Isn't that what he throws like that rolling ball through the air at people? And
I haven't seen it.
Does
anybody? I haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen it either. I'll look it up.
I think it's where the Phantasm has this ball that floats through the air.
Yes, I believe you are right.
Oh, that is right. Okay, I thought so.
Yep, it's about the guy who's got like this telepathic magic ball weapon. I don't know.
A magic ball weapon.
Very weird.
Now we're talking.
The pinball wizard, but not.
Yeah, but not. There you go.
But literal.
Exactly.
The evil pinball wizard.
You know what's so funny about when Brittany, when you work at home,
Yeah.
You sit there the entire time like you're going to fall asleep.
Oh, no, it's because my desk is really weird. It's like, it juts out weird, so I just lean into the mic.
Look at that sweater you're wearing today.
Thank you.
You're celebrating. No, not that one, the one on the inside.
That's a t-shirt.
Oh, it's a t-shirt, but you're celebrating like, the winter, you're celebrating St. Patty's Day. You got all the colors on.
Thank you. When I woke up and immediately put on the closest clothes to me, I really thought about what I was putting on my body. I wanted to represent everybody. I do have a question, and I kind of want to guess. Andy, is Ethan going as Bluey for Halloween?
No.
He's not? No. That shocks me. He loves Bluey.
No, he is going as Mario.
Oh, cute.
Oh, God.
Yep.
How many houses do you think he'll make?
Well, our town does like a thing where you just do the main loop through town and all the businesses give out candy.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Which we did last year.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
She wants to also take him to a few houses in the neighborhood, but it depends because it's going to be pretty cold.
Yeah.
And, he's still pretty young, so we'll see how much stamina he has.
Are you and Melissa going to dress up as like Peach and Luigi, or is
we're not doing any?
No family.
We're not doing any dressing up this year.
I was trying to picture my mother dressing up for Halloween. It's like, yeah, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I don't even know the last time I dressed up for Halloween as anything. It's been a long time.
Toots dressed up like a ghost or something. I would be laughing to this day if I would have saw that one. It would be unbeatable. Is anybody going to any parties or anything for Halloween?
No parties. I'm DJing a brunch at Union, but it's not like a huge Halloween party thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's the theme?
I mean, it's just Halloween. It's just, if you want to dress up, you could dress up, but I'm not dressing up. I told you I'm anti-Halloween.
That is you're so depressing for the DJ not to dress up.
No, Brittany's backed me into this corner where just because I was indifferent to Halloween, now she's bullied me into the anti-bully position.
He doesn't even hand out candy, and he doesn't even see the appeal of handing out candy is one of my favorite parts.
When I was a kid, it was everybody turn the lights off. We're going to pretend we're not home.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to watch scary movies.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my Halloween for a long time, too.
Really?
I'm still it makes me feel uncomfortable because these kids show up and I have to I feel like I need to comment on all their costumes. Like,
you have to, yeah.
It's like, but I'm not good at that. I'm not good at feigning enthusiasm.
Exactly.
I'm great at it. I love, because you know how I am with kids. Like I'm obsessed, and
you're not feigning enthusiasm. That's genuine enthusiasm.
Like I am so excited that it is socially acceptable that I get to finally talk to your kids, and it's not weird. And I go, what? Like it's so fun to me. And then like some of the kids, I dress up the dogs, and they want to see the dogs, and it's a whole thing. I get so excited.
But another part of it too is it makes you confront the fact that you're aging.
Yeah.
Because every year you're going to see more costumes that you don't understand the reference to. And you're going to be like, oh, what are you, a pirate? And they're going to be like, oh, no, I'm, Mr. Glorble Glop from this game. It's like, I don't even know that game exists. What happened to me?
Although I'm the type of person where even if I knew what the costume was, I would still say the wrong thing just so that way the kid would explain to me what their costume is.
Yeah, so a little cowboy shows up and you're like, oh, you going on a trip to NASA? Like...
Wow, that's a cool astronaut. Although, where's your helmet?
Yeah.
All right, that's going to do it. We're about 5 minutes away from the family show right after this.
Yep.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Guten Tag.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. Get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought we'd price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
Tom Bernard is back. Every weekday, you'll hear Tommy B, Brittany Arneson. Yes, that Brittany Arneson. Along with Tom's pals, Kent Herbeck on Fridays, Bob Sansevier, Mike Stretch Gelfand, Tim Lammers, and from Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Chris Eggert and Kristen Burt on entertainment and pop culture. It's Tom and the crew with opinions on news, opinions on life, opinions on entertainment, and of course, opinions on other people's stupid opinions. The Tom Bernard Show is a podcast, so you can listen when you want to listen. In the car, on the way to or from work, at home, on the job site, or wherever you need your Tommy B Show fix. Hear the show on the Tom Bernard Show app in your app store, as a podcast on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts, or see it on YouTube on the Tom Bernard Show channel.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this, at Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
All right. Welcome to the family. Tom is currently in a little meeting here, but we've got me, Tevin Pittman, along with
Josh Arnold, Mr. Money Talk.
And Andy Brandt Bernard.
Awesome. So Josh, how are you? What's new in the money world today?
What's new in the money?
Any big news that we should know about?
I am typically always excited, some days a little bit PO'd, but I get PO'd about some of the stupidity that goes on in the world, and most of which I can't do anything about.
Yeah.
But when it comes to money and investing, I am very excited today about Amazon.com.
What's new with Amazon?
They reported earnings better, BETTER, than expected. They beat on the top line, they beat on the bottom line. Their guidance, for the most part, particularly in the most profitable segment of their business, or maybe the most profitable two segments of their business, AWS, Amazon Web Services, and Amazon Advertising, that was guided up for the new quarter that we're currently in. They were cautious on consumer spending going into the holiday quarter, but Amazon as a retailer is no different than any other retailer that has already reported or is planning on reporting for the holiday season. A little bit of caution.
A little bit of caution. Is there any reason why? Because is it retailers in general that
well, retailers are a little bit in general cautious about the upcoming season because inflation has been up. Wages have not necessarily kept up with inflation.
Correct.
As I talked to a client of mine this morning, he said, of course, it's, you know, the retailers are not looking for a strong holiday season because price of gasoline is up. You know that from, you know, just driving that little sports car that you have.
Well, mine's electric. I don't have to buy.
Drinks a lot of gasoline.
Yep.
Well, even if your vehicle is electric, the cost of electricity has gone up.
Absolutely.
Why is the cost of electricity gone up? Well, the price of energy overall has gone up, but I've covered that numerous times. And then the price of food has gone up.
Yeah.
But at the same time that has been happening, at the same time that the Federal Reserve continues to talk higher for longer, one of their favorite gauges for inflation came out today, and that showed, guess what? Inflation has kind of leveled off and has actually come down. But now here's something that's, you're going to say, geez, Josh, you just said that consumers were a little bit cautious going into the holiday season, yet in the month of September, consumers spent a little bit more. So consumer spending in the month of September was up. Interesting there.
Don't know what there's not, and there's not like any world.
Well,
there's no real reason why spending was up. It was kind of just a blip in the.
Well, I can't say it's a blip. People had they had a little bit extra money. I don't know. Or I could say consumer spending is up because costs of everything are up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like when the consumer price index comes out, and this last one showed it was a little bit higher, and 35% of the consumer price index is housing related, as in mortgage equivalent rents. So the Fed looks at that and says, oh, housing costs are up. So we still have to keep interest rates higher to focus in on that inflation. Look at that housing number. And I'm saying, you know, you've got 400, 500 PhDs at the Federal Reserve, and you can't figure out that mortgage interest in the last year has gone from, we'll say 3.5%, 4% to just under 8% on new mortgages. Would you think that if I were to get a house, my monthly payment because of that mortgage is going to be up or down?
I would assume up, right?
Correct. Yeah. And if you are a rental costs going up, staying
definitely
flat,
not going down.
Okay.
Definitely not going down. Yeah.
Okay. So here's the Federal Reserve has raised short-term interest rates. Longer-term interest rates have followed up with that, and particularly mortgage rates have followed up with that. And the Fed is wondering, housing costs are up. We must raise interest rates even more. What kind of, that's nonsensical thinking, not looking to what's behind that. If consumers are spending a little bit more during the month, okay, the price of gasoline in September did it go up or down?
It went down, didn't it?
I think it went
down. I believe I know that at least now it's starting to trend down. I don't know when exactly.
September it went up. October it's gone down.
Okay. Because I spent a little bit more, Andy, on filling my tank. I do drive an ICE, internal combustion engine, and it's got a lot of horsepower. Maybe a little too
much. Get in some trouble.
For somebody at my age,
you've earned it.
I should be having something that's under 500 horsepower. I shouldn't be driving, you know, the big V8 with the twin turbos.
No, but that's more fun. That makes the commute a little bit more.
Oh,
exciting.
my commute is a lot of fun. Rear wheel drive.
Yeah.
Manual transmission. I'm old school that way.
My car has 120 horsepower, 4 cylinders. So there you go. Very fuel efficient, though. I'll say that much. I barely ever. I drive a lot these days, and I barely spend anything on gas.
With all of the world events going on, whether it's, you know, the mass shooting in Maine or obviously the, you know, war in Russia, Ukraine, Hamas, Israel, all that, how does that affect
my
job?
My view.
Yeah.
My
no, not your viewpoint on it, but
well, thank you. Oh my goodness.
No,
we're going to get into.
We'll save that
some political stuff.
But how do world events kind of affect your business? And is it kind of talking your clients up? Because depending on who you talk to, whether it's at the water cooler, coffee shop, people think we're either going into a depression or World War III, and that usually means people are going to start to panic with their money. Is most of your job kind of talking people off the ledge and, hey, let's wait this out?
Well, the only time that I have to talk people off the ledge, and do bear in mind that my investments are the same as my clients. So I am in the exact same things as my clients. Any new investments, everybody goes in together and goes out together. Older investments, well, I've held a lot of companies for a long time, and as long as I still think they are appropriate for you or Andy or Tom or any of my clients, not implying that you or Andy or Tom are clients of mine, but just using that as an example, that it'd be appropriate for you to invest in the, we'll say, existing investments. But talking people off the edge, usually it's when the market in general has come down, and usually that's 3 to 4 times a year. The stock market will sell off on some bit of news. Could be earnings news, could be interest rate related news, could be the price of oil skyrockets, could be something that happens in Washington, like we're going to have a government shutdown that'll have a short-term effect on the market. That's where I've been. Those things will affect the market more so, at least currently, than
like
war with Russia and Ukraine, or what is currently happening in the Mideast. What's happening, though, in the Mideast could affect adversely the price of oil and could push that up. But in the last week, the price of oil has come down from $88 a barrel to $83 a barrel.
Yeah.
I think the biggest things that have affected the stock market this year has still been the Federal Reserve, the direction of interest rates, number one, and I'm talking on a macro level. Number two, what is going on with Congress and government shutdown. When people have talked about, oh, we're going to have a recession or a depression, bad news sells. Good news does not sell. You did not hear anybody jumping up and down that this past week that the gross national product was up 4.9%.
Yeah, that doesn't get as many clicks and attention.
Oh my
in
goodness,
the media.
That is phenomenal growth of the growth in the economy. You hear, well, that's not sustainable. And by the way, take a look at interest rates and we're going to have a recession. And I keep scratching my head because the people that have been talking about a recession have been talking about that for the last year and a half. We're going to have a recession, going to have a recession, going to have a recession, going to have a recession. It's like an old piece of vinyl that had a little skip in it, and it would keep coming back to the same thing until you put your finger on the needle and it would move forward. Could we have a recession and or an economic slowdown? Sure. A recession is defined as 2 straight quarters of negative GDP growth.
Oh, okay.
Guess when we had that?
I'm assuming recently. No,
Well,
not never.
Well, no, not never. But guess when we recently had that? Okay,
I have no idea.
Okay, the last time we had 2 straight quarters of negative GDP growth was from January to June of 2022.
Okay.
So on a technical basis, we've already had a recession. And if I look at what was actually happening in the economy, I could say we had a government, actually, I did say, starting in March of 2022, when we had the government mandated initial 2 weeks off to flatten the curve.
Yep.
You remember that.
You mean 2020?
2020. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I gave the wrong date here.
2022. I was like, what happened in 2022?
There it goes.
What did I miss?
You didn't. Well, you missed the Twins playing.
Yeah.
But in my estimation, when the government mandated a shutdown, I said, I told clients we're going to have this shutdown is going to lead to a recession and economic slowdown. So to me, we were in an economic slowdown from March of 2022 through a statistical recession from March of 2020 through June of 2022.
Yeah.
We've been in a recession, economic slowdown, first caused by the government, and then second, just the economic numbers showed 2 straight quarters of negative GDP growth. So if you've had a recession going for 2 years, and then you have a lot of pent up demand, but not enough supply, which pushed prices up. And then you start having the government spending even more money, and a lot more than was necessary in my estimation. You now have an economy that starts picking up, and inflation also picks up as well.
Yeah.
So to me, the likelihood of a recession, despite all the negative chatter, is more on the lower side at this point in time than on the higher side.
Yeah. And I think Andy had mentioned it a couple days ago, but there was a lithium mine in Utah where they're discovering a ton of lithium, which is obviously used to make batteries and whatnot. Are there any, I guess, have you been following that story at all? And would that affect anything that you do as far as investments go?
That would not.
Like new companies that.
No, I tend to stay away from commodity products because if you're investing in whether it's lithium or a company that mines lithium, that stock is going to go up on probably 2 things. One, the hype related to the potential of the mine being approved and starting, and then the price of the commodity.
Yeah. Or even so, because right now a big thing in like the auto industry is they don't have enough like batteries or whatever to make cars. So it's like, would it be something worth investing if somebody said, I want to now put more money into a Tesla or a car company or any tech company that uses lithium because it's going to be easier for them to make more product? Would that be something that you would recommend or not really?
Not really.
Not really? Okay.
No, I'd look at Tesla to me as a car company.
Yep.
It's a beautiful car. My sister just got one. Gorgeous car, goes fast. I'm not sure that I'd be able to drive that because my mindset is, I've got to come up to a stop. There's a red light. I want to hit the brake. Don't need to hit the brake. Just take your foot off the accelerator and the car will stop itself.
Yep.
No power. So that's just an odd sense. But the Tesla is a gorgeous car, goes fast, but they're not, I'm not going to say they're not selling as many, but prices have come down, and Tesla's stock stock price has not done well recently because they missed their numbers, top line, bottom line, and they're still waiting on that truck, which
I'm not sure we'll ever, like, it feels like we're never going to see this, but that's mysterious Tesla truck they're talking about
again. And Tesla should actually be on a roll, as should any of the other, we'll say, non-union auto companies. But that's not necessarily been happening. Ford came out with their earnings also the other day. They had a miss. Their guidance, they said no guidance going forward because of the UAW strike, and they are going to, I think they have a tentative agreement with that. But Ford also said, we're not selling so many EVs. And General Motors came out with their report and said, we're not selling as many EVs as we thought. Demand is just not there.
No,
and they're still too expensive.
Yeah, they're very expensive, and the infrastructure. So I worked in the auto industry very briefly selling cars, and a lot of people are just very hesitant to, well, what if I don't have a charging station nearby? If I have an emergency and I'm like I can go to the gas station in an emergency and get gas, and it takes 5 minutes. But if it's going to take me 4 hours to charge my car, it doesn't really work. Or I live out in the sticks, or with people like Ford, for example, selling a lot of trucks. People are like, well, I want power. Is the EV going to have the same kind of power to tow something? So there's a lot of uncertainty. Some of it's not justified and more just kind of people being hesitant.
Yeah, I mean, EVs have plenty of power.
Yeah, there's no lack.
I mean, I saw a demonstration between I think it was one of the Rivian, or not the, it could have been a Rivian.
I think it's the
Rivian versus the Ford Lightning.
Yep.
In terms of power, in terms of carrying capacity for, or towing capacity, and the Ford Lightning beat it hands down.
Yeah, the Rivian hasn't gotten that great of reviews. I don't think the electric trucks are probably going to take a little bit longer to perfect as opposed to a car.
Well, I think, Amazon has got, I think they still have a 20% ownership stake in the it is the Rivian truck, with the Rivian Truck Company. That stock is trading about 18 bucks a share. But Amazon's going to use them for short distances. And I think if anybody is using a car just around the EV, just driving around, citywide driving, I don't think you're going to have a concern about plugging it in, because you're not going to be going the distance. And for most people who live in a house or have access to a garage, the plug-in is not going to be a problem.
You just plug it in overnight. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. Well, you have to get the charging station, because if you plug it into like a house outlet, you're never going to charge your
forever.
car.
Yeah.
It's essentially like if you're putting a bowl in a sink. If you have a wall plug-in, it's like just a drip of water going into the bowl. Whereas in obviously the charging stations that you can install is like turning.
But you could also, and here is a hint for somebody who wants to upgrade their house. Put a
100%.
Put a charging station in your garage.
I would say even if you don't have,
even if you're not driving, even if you're not driving,
if you're just selling your house, because it's not very expensive to put in, and it will attract a lot more people. Because if they have an electric car and the house doesn't have it, they'll take that house off of their list of potential.
Right. So just put it in, and that would be a suggestion for people in my age group who might be wanting to sell a house to somebody in your age group.
Or if you're somebody that operates Airbnbs or rents properties out, putting those in there, because maybe the person that buys it doesn't, or rents from you doesn't need it, but chances are somebody along the line will, and it'll make you some money.
Now, you just brought up Airbnb. I happen to like that stock, but it has been recently is in a bear market. A bear market being defined for a particular stock, or if I talk about the market, a bear market is
going down, correct?
A drop of 20% in value. So if the stock market measured by the S&P 500 drops 20%, it's a bear market. If it drops 10%, we're in a correction. 20%, we're in a bear market. There's a whole series of companies that are in bear market territory right now, down at least 20% from the recent high.
Yeah. Why is Airbnb in a bear market? Is there anything that you've seen that leads to that?
I happen to like the stock. I happen to be an owner of the stock. I've recommended the stock. I have used Airbnb, but it is down. Concerns about consumer spending.
Yep.
Oh, and travel.
I was going to say,
as well as, here's the other thing: New York City said we're going to put a kibosh on short-term rentals in an effort to boost hotels.
Oh, okay.
Because there's a question. The city says, well, if somebody's going into a hotel, we collect that hotel tax.
Right.
If they go to an Airbnb, maybe we don't collect that hotel tax, and New York City needs a lot of money.
Yeah. So it's essentially just the state coming in or city, I guess. In
the city coming in
and saying, yeah, we would rather flood you to the places where we make more money off of you rather than the people make money. And I mean, that makes sense too, with consumer spending being down. A lot of people, the first thing, if you don't have money, the first thing you're going to cut is any unnecessary travel or vacations and things like that. So that makes sense, I guess, why.
Yeah, but by the same token, there are an awful lot of people say, you know what? We only live once.
Exactly. What other notable companies are in a bear market or approaching a bear market?
Well, I have a little list here.
I knew you would.
I have this little list. We talked about Tesla. Yep. Tesla stock is in a bear market, down at least 20% from its high. I mentioned Airbnb. Several of the semiconductor companies.
Okay.
Now, AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, a stock that I have recommended in the past and probably will recommend in the future. That stock is down on concerns about PC demand, and are they able to accelerate their chip production for going from CPUs to GPUs that are going to be used in machines for generative AI. The leader in generative AI or GPUs is NVIDIA. NVIDIA has been selling a lot of chips, and they have been taking market share from other chip companies. Qualcomm, another chip-related company, they are in a bear market. Not a company that I'd want to run out and buy. Dollar Tree, one of the dollar stores, is in a. It's like, what?
Everybody goes to Dollar Tree, I feel like.
Their stock is way down. Datadog, which
are there any of these companies? Are there any of these companies that you look at that are a good opportunity to maybe buy while they're down because you expect them to rebound?
So. Well,
Airbnb, I would assume, is going to come back.
Yeah, Airbnb, I think will come back as they start reporting their numbers later. I think that AMD at the current share price will probably bounce back over the course of the next several months. Chip demand is going to start coming up. Intel, by the way, another chip company, they came out last night. They beat and they raised their guidance, so that should have a pass through to other chip companies. On the other hand, the chip companies that do a lot of business with autos, they might be a little bit suspect right now. But I think there's, whether it's with individual companies that are in bear markets, and some I would not be looking at. A lot of the banks, as an example, are in bear markets, particularly some of the smaller regional banks. They're in a bear market. They've got some big problems, and that could be an issue going forward with a lot of the regional banks that do lending for small to mid-sized businesses. They might be the place where they're going to initiate lending for mortgage loans, but with their financial situations, one being their bond portfolios are underwater, at least on a mark-to-market basis. As interest rates go up, bond prices go down.
Yep.
So if you've been listening over the past few months here, I'm not a bond investor, and I recommend avoiding bonds right now, and definitely avoiding bond funds, because interest rates up, bond prices down, and banks are sitting on a lot of bonds and mortgage-backed securities. Those values are down on a mark-to-market basis. So if the banks hold on to those securities, they're going to come out whole, and that would be true if you buy a bond, hold it to maturity, you're going to come out whole. But in the meantime, as interest rates have gone up, bond values have come down. Banks are, for the most part, are still in a world of hurt. That's an area that I'd want to avoid.
Yeah.
If I look at some retailers, mentioned Dollar Tree, Target's not in a bear market, but not doing so well. Walmart is doing very, very well. TJ Maxx as a retailer is doing very well. An upper end, we'll call it retailer, Lululemon.
Oh, Lululemon? Yeah.
Lululemon,
Yeah.
LULU.
Yep.
They reported better than expected numbers and up their guidance.
Yeah, well, I mean, they can probably earn a little bit more money when you're selling $100 pairs of joggers and sweatpants. But yeah, no, that makes sense why they're doing well.
Yeah, so they're also we'll call it a lifestyle brand.
Oh, absolutely.
And they do have the ability to, pass that through. So there'd be so that's a retailer that's doing well. TJ Maxx, also doing very, very well. Last night, was it this morning? Deckers Shoe Company.
Oh, okay.
Reported. Deckers has gotten a big boost from Hoka shoes.
Yeah, I've seen people wearing those because where it literally says Hoka on the side.
Yeah,
of
it
the
says
shoe, right?
Hoka.
Yeah.
Like, I know you're thinking of hookah, but that's
yeah. No,
Andy's in there. He's got Andy's got his hookah going.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's why my voice sounds this way.
Too much hookah.
Yep.
No, I thought it would be,
but Deckers owns. That's one of their brands is Hoka shoes, and they're the big. They're very light, super cushy.
Yeah.
I say my girlfriend loves her Hokas.
Shoes.
Why? I want height. She's
be a little bit taller than she actually is.
Right.
It's like putting lifts in your shoes.
Yeah, she is. Challenged height-wise.
No, I thought about
I think there's a word for that.
Like height challenged. I don't know what the official was. We just short, we'll call her.
Yeah.
I thought of you the other day or the other week. I was watching the movie Dumb Money. Have you seen it?
Yes.
About how the GameStop, everybody
Yes.
bought it, and what were your thoughts as a person that's in the financial field?
When I saw
movie?
that happening, I said, "Dumb." I mean that's. I'm sure that there were a lot of people that made a lot of money.
Yes.
I'm sure that there are people that lost a lot of money.
Yep.
with that, I looked at that. Why would anybody in their right mind want to buy GameStop?
Yeah.
It's a almost bankrupt retailer.
And they're not doing well.
There was no hope on the horizon. Like video games are all moving to, instead of physical copies, it's downloading the games you need because you can always delete them and they store your purchase history. So you can always re-download it if you need to. Yeah. There's no reason to be going in and exchanging physical video games anymore. No, it's so archaic. So yeah, to see that stock all of a sudden just shoot through the roof. And I do feel bad for the people that, because there was a lot of people that didn't really understand the stock market. There was no scenario where everybody was going to win at the end and cash out at the same. Like, that's not how it works.
Right.
Somebody's going to be losing money. So I do feel bad for those people.
What happened was apparently there was some hedge fund that was going to short GameStop.
No, the hedge fund actually had a huge short. I mean, this was one of the brighter guys around, and he had a massive short.
Yeah. And somehow a bunch of people caught wind of this and they were like, well, if we just, because these people bought a bunch of shares of GameStop hoping to short it. So now if we buy into it, it's going to increase the price of this stock drastically. And then we're going to profit and this hedge fund is going to suffer quite a bit.
And that actually happened. Now,
that is what happened, yes.
With any hedge fund or any investment advisor who has over $100 million in assets under management.
So I just barely don't qualify.
No, I missed the cutoff by just a little bit.
I'm about 99.9 million short.
You have to file every quarter with the SEC, and these are public filings, and they're available to anybody to go look at what a hedge fund actually owns. So if somebody wants to look at Josh Arnold Investment Consultants portfolio or ownership stake, it is listed and it changes every quarter. Now it's reported, it has to be reported 6 weeks after the end of the quarter.
Okay.
So you do have a lot of people that'll track, as an example, what's Berkshire Hathaway doing? What's Warren Buffett doing?
Absolutely.
And you look at the 13F filings for Warren Buffett. Oh, look at all the stuff that he's bought. Compare that to the previous quarter. And that can be exciting. So in this case, somebody found out that this particular hedge fund was massive short this.
And what was most interesting to me is that, so Robinhood.
Everybody in the building told you guys to keep it down.
Here's the rich guy. Keep it down. Yeah. Keep it down. The rich guy walks in.
Oh, here we go.
What was interesting to me was that the hedge fund was also an investor in Robinhood, I believe. And so then they had Robinhood
screwed a lot of people.
Yeah, Robinhood shut down the ability to trade GameStop. So everybody, like, nobody could withdraw their money, nobody could continue to purchase it.
Really shitty of them to do
and so the stock tanked, all these people lost their money, and then Robinhood kind of just they kind of just went free. Nothing happened.
They could have another situation. Robinhood as a stock brokerage. A lot of people were trading the securities on margin or were using options. Some of those people did not qualify to meet the requirements for trading options. And Robinhood may not have been able to get shares to their customers in time. And for anybody who might have been shorting that, when you short stock, you have to actually borrow the shares from somebody. There's only X number of shares available for trading, even with GameStop, or actually with any company. So there could have been a prevention of the ability for somebody to take the other side. The problem became with Robinhood is when with Robinhood and I think with Charles Schwab, and there were a few other companies that did online trading. When the stock started coming down and everybody wanted to get out, there's nobody on the other
end.
And we don't have any buyers.
Yeah.
So we put a halt, a trading halt, until we can find buyers.
At least that's what they're telling everybody.
No, that is actually what. There's no buy. We do not have somebody on the other end.
I think that's what they're just telling everybody.
No,
Robinhood screwed everybody out of millions of dollars.
No, sorry. Sorry.
But
if the stock is going up, like GameStop is going up very quickly, people who bought it lower, fine. That's a nice profit. Get me out.
Yep.
We'll call that the greater fool theory.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were buying GameStop. Oh, I'm looking on my computer and somebody is saying this stock is going to go to the moon. I better buy it at $300 a share.
Yep.
I'm going to take all my money that I have. This thing is going to go to the moon. If you asked any of those people who are doing this, do you know anything about this company?
No.
Well, it's going up.
No, I know. They saw a Reddit thread and a YouTube video from some guy named Kitty that wanted this to go to the moon. Yeah. No, it was very bizarre. And is that, as far as like a hedge fund, that's got to be the worst case scenario for them, shorting, and then all of a sudden a bunch of, for lack of a better term, idiots start buying it to make it go way up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something.
We're talking about the movie Dumb Money. About
and there were a lot of dumb people.
Yes. Oh yeah. And I felt bad again for the people that put their life savings into it, thinking that this was going to pan out, and to have it end that way sucks.
Pay attention. Before you invest,
do some research.
Do a little research, or hire somebody like Josh Arnold, Mr. Money Talk, to help you out. Past performance, no guarantee of future results. Investing always takes risk, and you can lose in any investment.
Is it true that you can find me the next GameStop and we can get in on the ground floor?
Ooh.
Oh. He goes, oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Good luck with that.
We have a caller.
Well,
we have Bill, who has news about the Ford strike.
Oh, here we go. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Tom. How's it going?
Well, I have to work with these hunyucks, but other than that, it's great.
Well, if you want to, you come down here and work with these hunyucks.
Now, where are you working?
Louisville Assembly Plant.
Oh, we talked to you a few weeks ago.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, and I wasn't going to call you every week and let you know. I was going to call you back kind of when we pretty much got it set.
I read that there was a tentative agreement.
Yeah, there is. As of, we only got like 4 or 5 things. We're going to get 11% raise once you start. Then it'd be a percentage for each year. It's going to a 4.5-year contract. The only reason it's a half a year is they're just making sure that they can get it done before their election starts. So that way we're not trying to do elections and do a contract. And then we got our COLA back to the way it was in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an okay contract, but of course you haven't seen the entire thing. What else we get if we lose anything? So it's I'll give you guys a call back after everything is kind of settled.
What's the initial response amongst the workers like? Is everybody mostly happy, or there's a little frustration still, or what's everybody's morale?
It's still a frustration. They still want their 30%, and I don't think Ford would be willing to go much higher than the 25% without taking stuff away. So everybody's kind of frustrated. Everybody's like, I'm going to vote no, I'm going to vote no. And us with kind of level heads are like, let's read what the paper says first before you say you're not going to vote yes in the contract.
I like it. So you stay in touch, though, would you please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Be careful there.
I will.
Okay.
All right.
Back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. It was nice. I was just sitting out with management out there for about 20 minutes or whatever it was.
Starting to get worried.
More than that.
More than that. Well, it was really great news, though. The show was doing very well, and I'm glad to hear that. Not because of you two, but
no, I mean we've just been holding down the fort for 45 minutes.
It was only 30 minutes. It was not 45. Sorry about that.
Well, I can keep talking for a long time.
Yeah, it's really just been the Josh Arnold hour, and I just chime in every once in a while.
I heard you talking in it. You do. I will tell you what, Kevin, you do very, very well on financial shows. The rest of the time you suck, but
which is very surprising because I know absolutely nothing.
That's not
about
true at all.
Financial. Oh, absolutely, it's true.
You know what else? Do you know what you guys did for the world in the last half hour?
Hopefully, solved a lot of problems.
You think about a nice Jewish boy talking to a person with darker skin. I mean, try doing that in the Middle East.
Not one punch was thrown.
No punch.
Kevin over here.
Try doing that in the Middle East. You try doing that just in downtown Jerusalem, and that's just two Jews getting back and forth. You have an Ashkenazi and a Sephardic Jew.
That's different, man. You got major problems there, no question about it.
And Tevin's here saying, "You're calling me Sephardic?"
And Oscar, what? Say that to my face.
Ashkenazi Jews. That's it.
I just love the fact. But seriously, I was sitting out there talking to Amy. We're talking about this, that, and the other thing, and the future of the show, and it's looking really good. And they love the show, and which I really, really like. Be around a lot longer. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be Sid. I'll be 100 and then just drop dead.
Yeah, we just got
a good age to drop dead at.
Yeah. If you got to die, 100's good.
Yeah.
Well, after that point, we'll just kind of weekend at Bernie's you, and we'll prop you up in your chair and continue doing the show.
I just be laying back in my chair like that.
I'm hoping to be like Moses, 120.
120. Yeah, that wouldn't be
lofty
too bad.
goal.
Yeah. And I'm sure that watch was real accurate.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I've got my Apple Watch.
You got your Apple Watch, so you're good to go.
I've got my Apple Watch.
Does it do the new thing where you like tip your fingers together?
No, this is not a new one. Tommy's got a new one, a real new one.
Oh, look at that. Windy and 37. What a beautiful day.
I just have I love this Apple Watch. I can make phone calls on this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I can track the market. If my girlfriend and my daughter like this, because if I slip and fall, particularly when I'm out running, it will make a 911 call, and an ambulance will be right by my side.
It's amazing how far technology has come to help us just in our everyday lives. Because I remember it used to be Life Alert. You had to get the little
Life Alert
necklace.
Right.
That was
That's
you had to press the button after I fell
and I can't get up.
After I've fallen and broken my hip, let me track down my Life Alert necklace. No, now the Apple Watch.
I know my grandpa had one of those during the last years of his life, and he barely ever used it because he just forgot it existed. It's like you're having what you think is a heart attack. You're not really focusing too hard on where's my Life Alert necklace, I wonder.
Not at all.
My Life Alert necklace. I never had one.
Well, there's still time.
I mean, I don't even think now you're old enough to have a Life Alert.
No, you have to be not doing so well to have one of those.
Be about 90 years old.
Yeah, you got to have one foot in the grave.
You talking about my mother? 1 foot in the grave?
Yeah, see?
Oh, your mother's a wonderful lady. I would never disrespect her. She has an Apple Watch. She's with the times.
She does have an Apple Watch, and she has a Life Alert.
Wow.
You got both?
She should get a Google Pixel Watch on the other wrist.
Yeah.
She can complete the trifecta.
No,
maximum safety.
The other wrist, she's got her rangefinder. So when she's out on the golf course, she can figure out.
She still golfs?
Oh, yeah.
96,
awesome.
She still golfs.
Wow.
That is phenomenal. She's probably better than I am.
I don't think I'm going to be golfing by the time I'm 50. Jeez. And not that I golf
You just
now,
turned 37 yesterday, so.
I know, but.
Happy birthday, 37?
37 years old.
Wow.
I'm feeling every year of it.
That's a good.
It's not been a good year for me. I'll say that much.
What are you talking about?
A good year. You're working with your dad. Your dad
like you said, it hasn't been a good year.
Yeah,
for him.
the start of the bad year right there.
Not doing yourself any favors. But yeah, I mean, like,
doesn't your dad treat you to dinner?
Well, that's the thing is I've lost 30 pounds because I can't eat.
Right. I'll say maybe it hasn't been a good couple weeks recently.
No, it's since like June-ish, I would say. I recently had my gallbladder out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did not know that.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough lately, but I'm on the mend
that
now.
Brandt side of the family. We don't get that stuff on my side.
No. It's the genetic freaks.
Genetic freaks at the Brandt family. That's exactly what it is.
That's a good thing Catherine's not here.
Oh, yes, because I wouldn't say that if she were here. So that's the big difference. I am not kidding you. It was we watched a horror movie the other night. We're not a slasher. We don't like slasher, but the horror movies. And I was telling the people this the other day. Matter of fact, it might have even been yesterday. When Catherine is watching a movie and there's a scary scene, like a jump out scene, something like that, she does this every time. She goes, she sticks her right foot way up in the air. I'm like, what are you doing? Trying to kick them away, are you?
You never know. It's like they might come out of the TV.
So Josh, I'm sorry, you looking at a message?
No.
We keep hearing that we're headed for a recession, and
we've covered this already.
Oh, you did, but I just want to ask him one quick. Listen to him. Tell me to shut up on my own
Just
show.
letting you know that I'm paying attention.
I thought it. But I wasn't
well, tell me what you learned. I don't have to ask again.
No, it was very brief. It was very brief.
I never said I learned anything. I just said we talked about it.
Oh, okay. No,
ask the question about the recession.
And my question is this: the national news loves to scare people.
Yes,
they just love it. The market went up a couple days ago, and that was a horrible thing. It's like, what?
Yeah. Well, you look at I did a quick Google search and it was the market. Yeah. Went up 2%, but it's not going to last. Very long. So they always hit you with the negative right after.
Why do they have to do that, John?
Bad news sells.
Yes.
I do. Well,
you
I
know that.
suppose
Bad
that's
news,
true.
bad news sells. You've been in the news business for a long time. If it bleeds, it leads.
Very true.
Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to give you the truth
No.
all the time.
That might be out there, yeah.
It does not mean that they're going to make corrections. And I'll just use an example from my limited experience in investing. One of my favorite company, Apple, has been hit. So Apple is in a correction. So it's down more than 10%, but not in a bear market, down 20%.
Okay, we're on the rebound.
No, it hasn't gotten down that,
Okay.
but hopefully it'll be on the rebound. Apple does report their earnings next Thursday after the close. It'll be a very nervous few days next week in anticipation of that. And analysts have taken their numbers down on Apple on concerns about phone sales in China. But that has been ongoing, and in particular since Huawei has introduced their new phone, and it is selling in China. But
how are those Chinese phones doing?
I don't own one, but
well, I mean, are they making a big shakeup in the market?
Well, in China, from what I have seen, Huawei has been outselling other phone manufacturers in the last several, I'll say for the last month and a half since their new phone was introduced.
Well, I'm sure they have benefits like with tariffs and stuff like that because they're domestic rather than overseas.
Correct.
Yeah. So it makes sense.
But Apple is still, I think it's still in the top 3 phones.
Well, it's still a status symbol. So
in China. But my point is, in terms of the news, news came out just. It was just after the Huawei phone was introduced, and just before Apple had a big event to introduce their new iPhone 15. News came out. China is banning Apple phones.
Really?
Really?
No way.
The government says.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that it was a big headline, and Apple stock dropped at the time. Apple stock was trading about $190, and it down very, very quickly. And I said, this makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it true though?
No, I'll say from what I'm saying, they're saying they didn't ban the iPhone.
Right, but before
okay.
before that, the news was China was going to ban.
Okay, I got you.
Ban this, and then it was, well, they're going to ban it for government employees, and maybe it was going to be banned several other places.
See, couldn't you argue that that's like tortious interference or something like that?
100%, because you knew you weren't doing a whole countrywide ban.
And it's like, and I said, "Wait, time out. If that's the case, why is it that there are an awful lot of people in China in Apple stores?" That made no sense. So when it did come out, the Chinese government said, no, that's not true. Did not find anybody that was on TV or in the news, financial news, retracting that.
You never see the retract. The retraction's always buried.
And Apple stock is still down. It has not recovered its place. Now, Apple's analysts are looking at how many phones Apple's going to sell, or they're going to try to interpolate that based on Apple's revenue number, because Apple stopped several years ago saying, we've sold X number of phones. It's sort of like, I have not seen on a McDonald's sign, it doesnesn't say how many billions of hamburgers sold. Where it used to say that. And it was like, you'd go buy a McDonald's and under the arch, how many were sold? Oh my goodness, they've sold 2 million burgers. This is unbelievable.
I know. I'll never forget that. They got up into the billions, didn't they? Before they took it down.
Yeah,
billions of burgers sold.
Yeah, after a while, it's like, we get it. You sell a lot of cheeseburgers.
McDonald's at the moment sells 2.3 billion burgers every year.
Every year?
75 a second.
God.
And how much are they a burger now? It's got to be a buck.
It depends on what a burger is.
At least like 150
on average. Like the average burger between a standard burger and
like a Big Mac.
A Big Mac, probably like what, $3 maybe?
Really?
On average, because you still have the dollar menu, which really isn't a dollar. It's
no longer 15 cents.
No,
15 to 19 cents. Josh, when we were kids,
it's probably about $7 billion worth of burgers a year.
$7 billion a year in just burgers.
Probably about that, something like that.
We're not even counting the fries and the apple pies and the McRib.
Their fries are good.
Oh, they're so good.
McDonald's fries are really good.
I guess the secret is they fry them in animal fat.
That would make sense.
Is the secret, because they're technically not vegetarian or vegan.
Oh, okay. There you go.
That's the secret.
Let's see. Are McDonald's fries vegan?
I don't know, but
natural beef flavoring. Yep.
There you go.
There you go.
See,
I know they're so damn good. That's why.
An oil blend that contains beef flavoring. So yeah, it's almost like they're fried in like beef stock.
Yeah.
Which that'll make a good fry.
Works for me.
How about not beef tallow or anything?
It probably is tallow. If I had to guess, but I don't really know. I'm not a chef.
Unbelievable.
Cow part.
Yeah.
No question about it. It's so interesting because I heard you guys talking about investing in this, investing in that, and several months from now, I'm gonna have to sit down with you and kind of move money around and that kind of deal. I'm waiting for this last shoe to drop, if you know what I'm saying. No, not on my feet.
For your contact in Switzerland.
Yes, my contact in Switzerland, but I'm kind of looking forward to that, to watch you work on this stuff. I mean, I've seen you from a distance, but to sit face to face with you and go, hey, what should I do?
I start thinking you go from a distance, and I think of a song that one of my campers wrote, Julie Gold.
Oh, yeah.
Wrote the song From a Distance that
From a Distance. Yep, I know the song. No doubt about it. But is that so? In other words, everything we hear on the national news now is all BS, because they're making it sound like we're going under any minute.
I always say it could happen, but I don't think. But I don't think so.
Do you think?
Because
what's the upside in them doing that? Why do they want us to be scared?
You already said bad news sells.
Bad news sells.
It does. It's true.
And if you're scared, if it's then you're going to
watch more news.
either watch more news for that, or you're going to be a lot more cautious about what you do. And if somebody says we're going to have a recession, oh my gosh, I better either spend my money now on something, or I better start saving and hoarding things, or hoard my money just in case. And if there's a recession, maybe I'm not going to be going out and buying that next big thing that I was looking at.
Yeah, maybe. Right.
And if talk is we're going to have a recession, I'm not going to go buy a new house. I'm not going to buy a new car. And if it's coming, news like that is coming from the Federal Reserve, if people stop spending, that'll at some point bring down prices and bring down in inflation. And then the Fed can say, oh, things are terrible right now. We need to get the economy going. We're going to start lowering interest rates, and that will stimulate things, but it'll take a while for any of that stimulation to take place because people are still in the mindset, oh, if we're in an economic slowdown, it's going to continue forever.
8% right now, right?
For a mortgage, for a mortgage, yes.
8%. That's awfully high, isn't it?
It's been higher.
It's 17%.
It's also been much lower.
70s?
Yeah, in the 70s for a short, very brief period of time.
God.
But guess what? There's still a shortage of houses.
Yeah, there you go.
Right now, there's a shortage of houses. People like me are not moving out or selling a house. Not that I like I've got a 2+% mortgage.
That's not bad.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be selling. I don't want to be moving. Period.
No,
I like where I'm living. And when I bought the house, I bought it because I could age in place.
I like it
in the house. But there are a lot of people, I'll say, of our age group that are not selling because interest rates are so low, and to move to a different place, cost too much.
That's true.
So there's a shortage of houses that are available for sale, and those houses are available for sale do turn over pretty quickly.
We have 1 minute that I want to bring something up that I learned just yesterday.
Okay.
Because I was going through some stuff with some people about history and this and then the other thing. 1885 in America, the average annual salary earned by an American man was how much?
I don't think it was under, somewhere around $1,000, $2,000.
What do you think?
You already asked us.
You already asked
right. I
us,
already asked you.
I know
guys.
the answer.
$400.
Woo.
$400 a year. That's why they made pennies, as a matter of fact, because you could buy so much with a couple of pennies. Isn't that amazing? But look at that, $400. But let's say it was actually what you were saying, $1,000, $2,000. Even at that, today's actual, I think it's the actual salary is what for a family is about $57,000, something like that. Is that about right?
That I don't know.
So there you go. $57,000. A penny back then would be equivalent to $1.50 today.
There you go. 150 times more money.
And $1.50 is like the minimum amount of money you can spend on something right now. So
I don't think there's anything you can get for under $1.50.
Yeah. So there you go.
Not at the dollar store.
All right. Closing words.
Closing words. Nope.
Stock market's going to continue to fluctuate. My recommendation is keep up to 30% in cash, the balance invested.
Okay.
And Amazon reported very good numbers, but even their retail side is cautious going into Christmas. AWS, they're very positive on that. And I'm looking forward to Apple's earnings next week.
Yep. I'll just say, come drink mimosas with me on Sunday at Union Rooftop. I'll be playing some music.
We'll be playing music?
Right. Yeah, they have me DJ their brunches, and so we're hanging out, drinking mimosas on the rooftop and having a good time. Sunday.
I'll be busy at Andy's birthday dinner. It had to be delayed a few days. So we're going to be having his birthday dinner at a spooky place, so that'll be fun.
Happy birthday to you, Andy.
Thank
you. It's wonderful.
All right. We will talk to you later.
Thank you.